Members, we're going to limit public testimony, public not invited, to 2 minutes today. Is there any objections? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Good morning, members, and thank you for being here today. Before we get started, I'd just like to say that it's going to be a little bit of a tough day. Had the privilege and the honor of meeting with the parents a couple of times, and it's not one of those hearings you ever want to have, but we also recognize that we need to have them when these kind of events happen so that we make sure to the best of our human ability that things like this don't happen again, that the lessons learned, as hard as they are, need to be taught and need to be learned. So today we're going to have a longer hearing than probably what most people expect, and it is wide open for the parents to share their love and their stories for their kids. I would also ask that, that God's grace is sufficient. It's not always what we want. It don't always feel enough, but I just hope that we can migrate, that He will give us what we need as we go through this as far as the parents, as they continue to live out and move forward. So, and in talking to them, they recognize that. And the testimony and the witness of that alone was something that I cannot tell you how heartfelt, that it's good to see faith in action when it's tested at its deepest levels. So thank you guys for that on the front end. So with that, the bill touches on some deeply personal and deeply painful for many. We will hear directly from the families who've endured unimaginable losses and their stories. Will remind us that real lives and loved ones who are affected by policies that we've considered. Some of the testimony today will be very difficult to hear. The moments will weigh heavily on us, but it's imperative that we do hear that testimony. I've extended an invitation for every family member of a child lost who wishes to testify to provide invited testimony today. My office will be provided with a list of family members who have decided to testify, and we will start with those invited witnesses. As per usual, we will not apply time limits to their invited testimony. We will give every family member as much time as they need to say anything he or she wants to say. Additionally, I'd like all members to be aware that I have opened the break room to the family members of the girls lost at Camp Mystic that are present today so they can step out of the hearing room into a private space if they feel the need. Likewise, when lunch arrives, for the members and the staff, the family members have been told they are welcome to eat and drink anything they want in the back of the break room. I realize this is unusual for a committee hearing, but I felt like this was needed to accommodate those that have made a journey to here and have stayed overnight. And we'll have a long day tonight on the Senate floor also.
Mr.
Chair recognizes Senator Menendez, Senator Kokhorst.
It's a little warm in here, and can we get?
I don't know if Scott's around, or Austin will take care of that.
Yeah,
he's right there. Austin's got it. So
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. With that, I'm going to turn the gavel over to Senator Flores, and I will lay out Senate Bill 1, the camp reform packages.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair recognizes Senator Perry. Lay out Senate Bill 1.
Senate Bill 1 is campground and youth safety camp safety reforms. As you know, our state suffered a historic flash flooding in Central and West Texas last month that resulted in a tragic loss of 138 lives. In the aftermath, the committee was formed to ascertain the facts of the disaster and identify policy solutions that will prevent loss of life due to flash flooding and other natural disasters in the future. Over the past 3 weeks, our committee has convened 2 joint hearings with our counterparts in the House, took approximately 26 hours of invited testimony and public testimony with over 80 witnesses. Additionally, many of us have met with the families of the Camp Mystic victims privately, and we've heard their testimony from many of those families today. Senate Bill 1 is our answer to the needs and challenges our community learned of in the aftermath of the flooding relating to campgrounds in general and youth camps specifically. To better prepare campgrounds of all types, including youth camps for natural disasters, Senate Bill 1, as filed, implements basic campground safety requirements. These requirements include installing emergency rooftop egress ladders in cabins located in the floodplains, developing an emergency plan that addresses the safety of campers of all types of natural disasters, flash floods, tornadoes, hurricanes, wildfires, etc., implementing the applicable portions of the emergency plan during the type of natural disaster, providing a copy of the emergency plan to local emergency management coordinators, implementing basic fire safety standards. To better prepare youth camp specifically for emergencies, Senate Bill 1 implements heightened requirements applicable only to the youth camps. These requirements include prohibiting DSHS from licensing youth camps that locate cabins in the floodplain, incorporating additional scenarios in emergency planning requirements, lost campers, structure fires, severe injuries, illness, fatalities suffered by campers, and aquatic emergencies such as drowning. Establishing procedures for identifying and accounting for campers during emergencies. Establishing procedures to notify local emergency services, appropriate camp personnel, and the parents or legal guardians of campers of an emergency. Designating emergency preparedness coordinator for each youth camp. Maintaining operable weather alert radios in each cabin. Installing emergency warning systems and public address systems in each camp. Monitoring for local weather alerts. Providing a copy of emergency plan to Department of State Health Service or DSHS, which must be maintained a database for all such emergency plans that are accessible to Texas Division of Emergency Management or TDEM. Provide a copy of the emergency plan to the parents or legal guardians of each camper. Notifying the parents or legal guardians of each camper if portion of the youth camp is located in the flood plan. Conducting safety operations for campers at the beginning of each camping session that include training the campers on their roles in the emergency plan. Conducting an annual training on the emergency plan for each camp staffer and volunteer. Posting in each cabin the evacuation rules. And keeping all evacuation routes lit at night. There is a committee substitute, Mr. Chair.
Chair does act as committee substitute, Senate Bill 1.
Thank you.
Chair lays out committee substitute for Senate Bill 1.
Lastly, SB 1 as file requires DSHS to post, update, and maintain a website list of all camps in the state with active license from DSHS. The committee substitute to SB 1 makes several changes. First, the committee substitute entitles SB 1 the Heavens 27 Camp Safety Act. The act will be forever named in honor and memorial of what those girls' names were and what it meant to the state to do these reforms as a legacy to the loss. My staff and I have workshopped this name with the families and Camp Mystic victims in the LifeGov's office. It's only appropriate to memorialize the 27 little girls that lost their lives at Camp Mystic in this way. Second, the committee clarifies that the removal of a cabin from a floodplain through a letter of map amendment, that's a very specific federal term, letter of map amendment, which is basically the way to amend yourself out of a floodplain at a federal level, is not going to remove these reforms at the state level or similar projects. So specifically in the past, the camp code, as light as it was of a touch, even then was having waivers granted to camp owners for provisions that could have saved lives. So no more is a waiver going to be granted for these on a federal. Federal can grant a waiver. It will not impact these reforms. Third, the committee substitute clarifies that licensure provision for youth camps with cabins located in a floodplain does not apply to youth camps within the cabins in a floodplain solely due to the camp's proximity to a still body of water that is flood controlled or totally isolated from the water course. So specifically, I want to make sure everybody's clear with this. There are those camps that are not, quote, in a river basin. There are those that have lakes or ponds created typically by a dammed up creek. So what the bill does going forward is it does not preempt them from being licensed. They will be licensed from the state when they have those lakes, if you will. However, it does not exempt them from the reforms in this bill. So if you are a lake and you have 100-year floodplain cabins at a flash flood warning or a flood warning, you will be required to remove those kids from those cabins. So we didn't prohibit licensure, but they are not exempted from the reforms as we go through this. And I think that's the healthy balance, because lakes are a little different than rivers. Fourth, the committee substitute adds exceptions to the disclosure requirement in the Texas Public Information Act for emergency plans adopted by campgrounds and use. So we want parents to have access. I know there was a lot of consternation from the camps that they were fearful that some parent that wasn't supposed to have information due to legal reasons, guardians and things, shouldn't have it. So that was one element. Basically, camps should, at signature or at initiation registration, they have a legal guardian on file, or parent or whoever signed that child up. They should have access, even if it's via email. They should have access, whatever that is. I think most parents are going to be there in person and getting that. But that person and that person alone should not be denied access to it. But what we didn't want to do, because we are also requiring that plan to be given to other local authorities, emergency management of the counties and stuff, subject that to a Public Information Act. So it is exempted from having required to have Public Information Act, because unfortunately, we live in a fallen world that have bad people wanting to do bad things. So we've protected that evacuation plan from public disclosure because of other governmental entities that will be involved in it. We've also allowed a way for the camps to disseminate that plan to those designated guardians on file. Fifth, the committee substitute requires camp operators to renew their licenses anytime after they alter the boundaries of the youth camps, construct new cabins, or renovate existing cabins to add number of beds. It was brought to our attention that a camp had actually added another 100 beds of recent, and that was not something that the department was aware of or should have been made aware of. Sixth, the committee substitute removes any extraneous or outdated procedural requirements by DISH's rulemaking relating to youth camps. These changes will ensure that the new DISH's rules required to implement Senate Bill 1 will be placed by April 1st of next year or before next camp season begins, next summer camp. Seventh, and finally, the committee sub requires that youth camps maintain at least 2 internet connections to ensure redundancy during the inclement weather. Currently, we have fiber. We have Starlinks type conversation, satellite type stuff. Most, I think, of the camps have fiber. If the poles are down because the river took the poles out, then we're requiring some redundancy in that interconnection best that we can do. So those other technologies that exist out there, pick your poisons, if you will, as to which one you're going to use. But we do need a redundancy because, like it or not, this is the main source of communication we exist in today. So parents need to be connected, if at all possible, and that redundancy provision should allow that to happen. Hearing the parents, I can only imagine the torture of time when you found out there was an event but could not be able to be communicated to. So hopefully that alleviates some of that time element. Had the requirements of SB 1 been in place the night of July 4th, I have no doubt that some lives, if not all lives, would have been saved on the camp front. Proud of the work of the committee. I want to thank my staff, Andrew and Jana, and all the member inputs. I also want to thank Ledge Council. For those that don't know, Ledge Council are the drafters of the legislation for the legislatures. We're not that smart. We turn in an idea and they convert it to law. In that, there was a couple of things that we have noticed just because of the urgency and the time frame that they were asked to do it, and they met the challenge. We will have floor amendment members that will clean up some of those drafting. We may hear some things today in testimony we want to tweak, but it won't be anything significant. We're hearing that on 7 o'clock on Thursday night on the Senate floor, and it will be voted off the Senate floor and move through the process. So that's warp speed for the legislature. It moves too slow for most people. So there will be a little bit of a cleanup on a few things when we get to the Senate floor. With that, I'll take any questions on SB 1 from the members.
Show Senator Betancourt is present. Members, any questions? Senator Kokhorst.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Thank you for your work on this. Thank you for the collaboration that you and I have had. And working through this, one of the things that a parent from another camp had asked was on the evacuation plans, and to the parents I've shared with some of you, startling when I asked the question in Kerrville of the emergency management coordinator of the camps in Kerr County, how many evacuation plans do you have? And it was 6 of 19 camps in Kerr County, which is something that I really focused on, Senator Perry, as you know. One of the parents asked me, well, those evacuation plans should be on the website. And I just want to clarify for the record, we're not doing that for safety reasons.
That's correct. It's not available on the website. It's a request only, and to alleviate the camp concerns that, sometime because of family dynamics, a parent that's not supposed to have access to their child may request that stuff. So I have no problems in practice. We have to live in the practical. If someone requests by email a copy of it, then they should be granted, but I have no problems with the camp saying, you know what, we'll get back to you, give us an address to mail it to in the interim, or let us check our files, and if you see that that is a party that has been identified that should not have those information notes, respond accordingly. That you will need to check with whatever, but I think it's important that parents feel good, but it will not be on a public-facing portal for all to access.
Good, because we live in a fallen world.
We do.
And someone could create a catastrophe where there was an evacuation and then...
That exemption is consistent with what we do for public schools, active
Yes,
shooter training
exactly.
and things.
Another question that I wanted to ask is on the letter of map in your substitute. So when we look at floodplains and, in working on water, agriculture, and rural affairs, we know that flood maps can change. So just point of clarification that we have seen some efforts sometimes by commercial properties. You can name all kind of properties that say, try to get their flood maps amended. Some go in, some go out. So clarify for me one more time how that works.
So it became, we found out at a late time that I believe Camp Mystic actually had applied for a map of the term with FEMA and carved out. Got a carve out, if you will, from the FEMA flood maps with that at FEMA level. So the state didn't address it, so it is now no longer going to exempt them from state requirements if you get the letter of map changed at the FEMA level. So no more waivers, just in a nutshell, don't ask for them. If you're a camp owner, don't come to the state seeking waivers. You're not going to get them. And if you go to the feds to try to work around the state, we've allowed for that in this bill. You're not going to get out of them. You're going to do them or you're going to close down. It's that simple. We're not going to go there anymore. They're there for a reason. FEMA, as weak as their maps can be, there's still an underwriting premise that you flood. And it may not be the absolute best source of where we're starting from, but it is the source we have today to start from.
Correct. And then seeking higher ground on it is the flood warning. Is that
Flood
correct?
warning or flash flood warning.
Okay.
Either one of those two warnings, because I've learned that they can be the same in the sense that they're delivered at the same time, or one or the other. But the reason that's critical is that's the second warning, and all of the weather folks tell me that typically you have about 3 hours to respond in the event that an emergency does happen.
Mm-hmm.
You may never get to the emergency, and you may have kids playing Monopoly and cards for 3 or 4 hours, but I'm okay with that at a pre-designated, pre-drilled higher ground.
Higher ground, which is key because, as we know, sometimes evacuation on very narrow, small roads would be impossible.
Did not ask. If that's a possibility at the second one, then I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying you got to find higher ground. Right. On-site or off-site, you got to find higher ground.
And then just as a final follow-up, for the parents here today, this is one bill. Senate Bill 2 has a lot of key elements of us getting better to predict weather rain bombs, and we're going to make major investments. Senator Betancourt, you have a siren system that we're working on. So together, Mr. Chairman, together, you look at a combination of these bills, working with our House partners, the state of Texas, in whether it's camp safety, campground safety. Many people died in this flood in their own cabins. We are going to have better predictability and better warnings, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Perry, this is really comprehensive start to what has been a horrible tragedy. I think just wanted to point out something that you added later, because it seems so simple, but it's an obvious fix, which is the redundant internet communications required. We're going to have that in the river flood warning system, but the fact that a camp could therefore have two accesses, maybe it's Starlink, obviously it's fiber, but importantly, then they are not guessing at that point. They have that information. And we're going to hear, what has been an unparalleled tragedy and a horrific failure of one camp today, and all the grief that it comes from this. But it's incumbent upon everyone here to listen. And I think you set that tone when we went to Kerrville about listening to what really happened and doing something to protect all Texans in the future. So I don't care how much grief we hear today. I know it's a wellspring of it. It's beyond tragedy to lose one family member, much less two, much less the age of what we're going to see and talk about today. And all of this panel, all of this legislature, all of Texas stand to do something about this now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, I can tell you the last couple of days in talking to both, all impacted families and others, it is only by the grace of God that we're not talking about a whole lot more kids. I mean, we were one person looking out a window and noticing that there was a problem in different areas of that river basin. And had it not been for that look, we could have had another 20 kids really easily. So we can't fix what's happened, but we can darn sure prevent what's going forward the best we can. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, any other questions before we proceed? With that, the chair will open up for invited testimony. And members, I ask that your questions until after each panel has finished its testimony. It is my intent to recognize members for questions before each panel is dismissed. So we will be calling you up in panels. So as you hear your name, if you'll step forward, and you say your name and who you represent, and then say your statement, and then we will proceed with invited testimony. So at this time, the chair will call up panel 1, and the chair calls Michael McCowan. Michael McCowan. Cece Williams Stewart. Cece Williams Stewart. Will Stewart. And Clark Baker. Clark Baker. So we'll begin on my right, and if you state your name and who you represent, and you please proceed.
My name is Michael McCown.
Can you turn on the mic, please?
My name is Michael McCown, and I'm here representing myself and my wife, Callie, in support of SB 1. Chairman Perry and the members of the committee, I want to thank each of you for inviting us, the families who lost our daughters at Camp Mystic during the Kerr County floods, to participate in this hearing and let our voices be heard. We had a daughter, Lenny. She was 8 years old. She is dead. On July 31st, we were unable to attend the joint hearing in Kerrville. Our lives have been devastated by Lenny's death, and we are only just beginning the long process of recovery. On July 4th, while driving to Kerrville to pick up my daughter, I received an email from Camp Mystic stating, "If you have not been personally contacted, then your daughter is accounted for." I felt a wave of relief, which was quickly shattered about 30 minutes later when my wife called, incredibly distraught, to say that Lenny is missing. She just got off the phone with the camp. She's unaccounted for. Over the next 48 hours, I was called to the Grimes Funeral Home to identify 2 bodies. One was not Lenny, but the other, I believed, was Lenny. Once the Texas Rangers took over the identification and recovery process, I returned to Kerrville from Austin to provide a DNA swab. Additionally, on July 5th, while searching for Lenny downstream of Camp Mystic, I found a deceased young girl. With the assistance of Wilson County Sheriff's deputies and National Forest Service personnel, we were able to retrieve her body and send her home. I recount these events to emphasize that I had no desire to return to Kerr County for those initial hearings. But I am now ready to speak. Lenny was the middle child between her brothers Bates, who's 11, and George, who's 3. To Bates, she was the pesky but beloved little sister. To George, she was a gentle, playful mother figure. On the weekends, she would even pour him Cheerios and milk so my wife and I could get a couple more minutes of rest. To everyone else, she was a joy. She hugged her teachers, was a friend to everybody, and spread an infectious giggle everywhere she went. On July 3rd, the first flash flood advisory went out in Kerr County, forecasting potential flash flooding through the weekend. Early that next morning, on July 4th, a flash flood warning was issued, and those warnings escalated in number and severity throughout that morning. We trusted Camp Mystic with her precious life, but that trust was broken in the most devastating way. The camp had a heightened duty of care, and they failed to perform. That failure cost 25 campers and 2 young counselors their lives. No one had to die that day. I still remember standing near Bubble Inn the morning of July 5th amidst the wreckage of camp, looking at the cabins and asking myself, how, why, how could these girls vanish into the night without anyone having eyes on them? While cabins, literally just 20 yards away, had no casualties. So what went wrong? When I was in school, we had fire drills. Teachers did not need to be told to line up the kids and head for the exit. They did not need to check with their superiors. If the alarm went off, the school was evacuated. No fire drill I've ever heard of evacuates only one part of a building while leaving others behind. It didn't even cross my mind that a camp like Mystic wouldn't have a detailed emergency procedure in place. When action was finally taken, it was too little, too late. We did not send Lenny to a war zone. We sent her to camp. We trusted she would be safe. No parent should ever again face what we are living through now. Camp is supposed to be a safe place, a place where kids can grow, learn about themselves and each other, and take on some adventure while away from the modern life. Yes, there are risks in outdoor activities, but there was never a question in my mind that a camp would not be prepared for them. I do not hate camp. I went to Camp Oconee Springs outside of Marble Falls for several years. I sincerely believe in camp, and I doubt you will find one person after me who will have ill things to say about the idea of summer camp. I believe that being disconnected from electronics for a time is very healthy for kids, but that disconnection should be superficial. Behind the scenes, the back office and the foundation of summer camp must be fully up to date. Safety measures must not lag behind. The measures in this bill, keeping cabins out of floodplains, requiring real emergency plans, mandating weather radios and alert systems, should already be the baseline for every summer camp. It will hurt my family forever that for reasons I still do not know, these protections were not in place or not thought out thoroughly for my daughter and the rest of the girls here. SB 1 cannot bring Lenny back, but it can save other children. Please pass this bill, protect our kids, and do not let their deaths be in vain. That is all.
Stewart.
Cece, you can move that over the.
My name is Cece Stewart, and this is my husband, Will. We are the parents of Cece Stewart, the only camper from Camp Mystic still missing, and one of 2 known victims who remain unaccounted for after the flood. We are here today for two reasons. First, to express our unwavering support for SB1, the campaign for camp safety. Texas summer camps must be properly equipped, trained, and held accountable so that future generations of children can experience the joy of camp without being placed in preventable danger. Second, we are here to speak of our precious daughter, Seal. 3 generations of women in my family went to Camp Mystic. This year, it was finally Seal's turn. She was 8 years old, going for the very first time, her heart full of excitement to join the tradition of her mother and her aunt, who are both here today. Well, I'm her mother. Her aunt, her grandmother, who is here today, her great aunt, and 5 cousins. For Seal, camp meant adventure, memories, friendships, and lessons to carry for a lifetime. For me, it meant watching my child grow and learn, but always under the assurance that she would be safe. Joy and growth cannot exist without safety. Seal's chance to experience camp only existed because I was ensured that her safety and the safety of all the young girls was paramount. I ask you, what could have been more important than that? But that assurance was betrayed. Obvious common sense safety measures were absent. Protocols that should have been in place were ignored. As a result, my daughter was stolen from us. Seal's life ended not because of an unavoidable act of nature, but because of preventable failures. On just her 5th day of camp, the beginning of what should have been a magical first summer, our Seal was swept away, along with other bright, beautiful girls. She was stolen from her family, from her future, from the world she lit up with her independence and spunk. This legislation cannot bring back our daughters, but it is the beginning of change that must occur so this tragedy never happens again. It is the start of a promise that their lives and their deaths will mean change. It is an effort to ensure that no other family suffers as we all have. In addition to the families that are here today and that lost their children, there are hundreds of other campers that were affected by this that survived. The survival guilt and trauma that they went through, for many, is unknowable. They will be dealing with this for the rest of their lives. It is unfathomable. That wasn't scripted. And yet my daughter Seal Stewart, is still missing. 48 days later, Seal remains somewhere in the devastation of the Guadalupe River. We wait, trapped in agony, until she is brought home. Just this past weekend, we had the impossible task of again addressing our 5.5-year-old daughter that not only had Seal died, but her body has not yet been recovered. We had to tell her this because she started kindergarten at a new school yesterday. She needed to hear the unbearable truth from us that Seal's body has not been found, not from kids on the playground. It was the second hardest day of my life. We are profoundly grateful to the rescuers and recovery teams who have risked and sacrificed so much and that are still out there. But I must use this platform to plead with you. My baby girl is still missing. Until she is found, our family lives in a torture chamber of uncertainty. The agony is relenting. We cannot begin to grieve or to honor the fullness of her short, beautiful life until she is recovered and laid safely to rest. We are forced to pray for the day when our child's body is found and to call that good news. I ask you to carry that reality with you as you hear from us and from other families whose lives have been shattered. Right now, we cannot celebrate the light and the love that Seal brought into our lives. We are suspended in endless anguish, unable to move forward, unable to find peace. We ask you, please pass SB 1 so no parent sends their child to camp believing they are safe, only to face this nightmare. And just as urgently, please do not stop the search for Cece Stewart. Please do not give up on our girl. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Clark Baker. Along with my wife, I'm here to represent myself along with my wife, Katie Baker, Chairman Perry, rest of the committee. Thank y'all so much for your diligent work on prioritizing camp safety. In May, Mary Grace Baker stood in her school's church surrounded by her classmates, her teachers, and her family. She was receiving the St. Elizabeth Ann Seton Award, the highest honor at St. Anne's. It was a celebration of her character and the kindness and joy she brought to everyone around her. We all gathered there to honor the way she lived her life, her faith, and touched our lives. And if we closed our eyes tight, we could almost imagine a world where that beautiful ceremony was just the first page of a lifelong story. But reality had other plans. Just a few weeks later, we found ourselves in church once again with the same faces, the same classmates and teachers, not celebrating Mary Grace's award, but celebrating Mary Grace's far too brief life. As I mentioned earlier, my name is Clark Baker. I am Mary Grace's father, and I'm here to make sure that nobody has to experience what I have over the last 6 weeks. My birthday is July 1st. The picture you are seeing was my last living memory of my daughter. Mary Grace was born in April of 2017. 2 months later, my wife lost her grandmother. And 4 months after that, I lost my own mom. Mary Grace was the light that helped all of us in the family through that dark moment in time. And shine she did. I'll be honest in saying, I don't really know how this works. I have no clue how to navigate these halls. I don't understand House hearings, lobbyists, floor debates. What I do know is that my daughter should still be here. Her death was 100% preventable. Complacency, among other things, led to the deaths of 27 amazing, innocent, beautiful girls. We can't let complacency claim the life of another child. We simply ask for mandatory, common sense, state-regulated safety protocols for camps. That's it. One thing I forgot to mention. We're from Beaumont, Texas. We know about floods, and we understand that Mother Nature can rear her ugly head. But that's not an excuse. Camps, especially those in areas prone to flash floods, should have adequate warning systems and not build cabins in dangerous floodplains. Period. Surely don't put 8 and 9-year-olds in them. Have a legitimate evacuation plan. Know the plan. Practice the plan. Train workers and counselors to implement the plan. To be clear, I don't want to shut down the entire camp industry. Generally speaking, camps are great. Hell, Mary Grace was having so much fun, she didn't even have time to write her family a note. I simply ask that our camps be held to a standard similar to other institutions that oversee our children. At the end of the day, Hurricane Harvey hit us hard, and the very next year, we were blasted by Hurricane Imelda. These disasters were both considered 500-year floods. This will happen again, and when it does, it might not even be a flood. The last thing I want is for over 1,100 camps in Texas hosting kids next summer under the same microscope that led to the death of my daughter and 26 of her friends. Please, please don't let another session pass without ensuring campers will come home. Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony. Members, any questions? Senator Betancourt.
Thank you for all of your testimony. And to go to Mr. Baker's last comment, he said he didn't know how the place worked, how it works, how the lobbyists work. You don't have to worry about any of that. We're going to take care of this. And God bless you. And sorry for your loss.
Any other questions, members? Thank you all for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We will now call up panel 2. The chair calls Caitlyn Bonner, Blake Bonner, and Lindsay Hunt, and Davin Hunt, or Davin Hunt. I hope I pronounced it correctly. We'll begin on my right, and if you can begin with stating your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Caitlyn Bonner, and my husband, Blake, and I are here today on behalf of our oldest daughter, Lila Bonner, who lost her life during the floods of July 4th. Lila turned 9 on June 26th, 3 days before we drove her into the gates of Camp Mystic. Her 2 little sisters, Wynn, 2, and Scarlett, 6, are now attempting to navigate a world without her, one that Blake and I never imagined would or could be our permanent reality. Before I begin sharing a speech I never imagined I would have to write, much the way I felt when I wrote my reflection for her funeral, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. As her mother, I am haunted by the events that took place on July 4th and wish with every fiber of my being that I was here under different circumstances. When Lila was born, I began writing letters that I planned to one day share with her. I wrote to her on her birthdays, on days when she did something funny or started a new activity, trying to capture precious memories and milestones that I never wanted to forget. I wrote to her on days when I was struggling, hoping that one day they could be a source of comfort and wisdom. Having lost my mom to cancer when I was 12 years old, I wrote these letters to Lila in the event that something ever happened to me. I never imagined that I would be the one reading them to her at her funeral, and most certainly not because she lost her life at Camp Mystic, where I spent 10 summers, 9 as a camper and 1 as a counselor in Bubble Inn. As I struggle to make any sense out of this horrific tragedy, these letters have been a gift I thought I would one day give her, but I now realize they are a gift from her. Lila was special. She was beautiful. She was pure. She was so kind. The most gentle little girl who fiercely loved her little sisters and all of her friends. A friend who preferred to shine her light on the people around her. A light she lit inside of me when she made me a mom. a light she lit throughout the halls and classrooms of Bradfield Elementary, a light she shared with her beloved family and friends, and a light I know she shared with the angels at Bubble Inn. Lila was the epitome of a firstborn child, the best big sister, and a rule follower who respected authority with impeccable manners. In the weeks leading up to camp drop-off, we shopped, organized, and packed her trunk with all the things I knew would make her feel safe. I gave her tips from my experience as a Mystic camper, suggesting she use her drawers for rest time activities and stationery, knowing that she wouldn't be able to get off of her bed during rest hour, per camp rules. We received her dresser drawers with the first round of belongings recovered from camp, and it was no surprise to me to see that she had done exactly what I had suggested. I told her to take horseback riding first if possible, so she didn't have to change into pants after swimming on the quad. I had yet to see her camp schedule, but received a water-soaked copy from her cabin, and as expected, she had followed my instructions. Riding was her first activity. I've been told she was voted best manners at her dining table and was a spirited tonk, even though she left camp desperate to be a Kiowa, like me. I will forever be haunted by the fact that I didn't know what I didn't know. I sent her to Camp Mystic to grow closer to God, make lifelong friends, try new activities, and encourage independence. To spend time outside, away from a screen, surrounded by like-minded girls that I knew she would cross paths with for life. I naively assumed she was safer at camp than anywhere else. When I think about the trauma and fear that our girls endured, it makes me physically ill. This loss is one no parent should have to endure. A piece of her purple trunk that I so lovingly and meticulously packed was recovered at the dam, 11.1 miles from camp. Her body, 5.6 miles from camp, behind the Hunt store. Ironically, the last place we were, or the first place we stopped after dropping her at camp. Our 6-year-old started first grade last week without her big sister holding her hand. Our 2-year-old will likely never remember her oldest sister aside from photos and videos. And her friends, who all started 3rd grade last week, have to reconcile how 2 of their classmates perished at summer camp in a flood they also were evacuated from while at neighboring camps. Their stories are harrowing, but they all survived. I'm not here today because I want to be. I'm here because I have to be. Our daughters deserved better, and future campers deserve better. I implore you all to act quickly and pass SB 1 to protect campers before next summer and to ensure that there will never be another Heavens 27 due to camp complacency. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Blake Bonner, and as my wife Caitlyn just shared, our daughter Lila was one of the 27 precious lives lost at Camp Mystic on July 4th. I want to thank my fellow Mystic parents for their incredible strength. There's really no explanation for how this group was brought together and given the strength to be here today, other than our girls willing it from heaven. It is our angels who give us the strength to stand before you today. I also want to personally thank each member of this committee. Thank you for your time, and more importantly, for your sustained effort in driving real reform with SB 1. We see your stewardship, and we are very grateful. We also want to thank you for your empathy, allowing us and these other parents to share these unbearable stories takes a toll. It isn't easy, and we thank you for listening with open hearts. In the days after Lila's passing, our priest shared something that has anchored us. He said, God did not want this. He never wants a child to die senselessly. My faith has been challenged to its core, but hearing that reaffirmation and knowing what we know now about that night makes one thing painfully clear. This wasn't an act of God. This was an act of pure complacency. A common tragic theme you will find amongst the 27 angels we lost is that they were dutiful, they were perfect children who followed the rules. They did exactly what they were told to do that morning, stay in their cabins. Our daughters paid the ultimate price for their obedience to a plan that was destined to fail. And this risk is obviously not theoretical. As Senator Perry mentioned, these areas are called floodplains for a reason. They flood. This is why this was not an accident. It was 100% preventable failure. It was a failure of planning, prevention, detection, and response, which leads us to the questions that will forever haunt us. Why were our children sleeping in a known high-risk flood zone? Why was the stated evacuation plan to stay in place? Why were there no adequate warning systems in the cabins, despite a similar tragedy on the very river as recently as 1987? Why were summer camps, entrusted with the care of our most precious gifts, exempt from the basic safety standards required of every daycare and school in Texas? These are the questions that demand answers, not only in the form of thoughts and prayers, but in the form of meaningful legislative action. As it's been said, we cannot wait until the 2027 legislative session. To delay action is to tell every parent in Texas that their child's safety is not a priority. It is to accept a risk that has already been paid by the lives of our daughters, our Heavens 27, who paid that ultimate price. We urge you, from the depths of our grief, to act now. Pass meaningful camp safety standards this session in the form of SB 1. Honor the memory of our daughters by protecting the lives of others. Do not let another summer pass under this broken system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hunt.
I'm Ann Lindsay Hunt, and you're being passed a picture of our daughter, 9-year-old Janie Hunt. Thank you so much for listening to us today. Janie was the heartbeat of our family. She made me a mom. She always cared for others. In a nutshell, that's who she was. She left for camp full of excitement and joy. She came home in a plywood box. It's impossible to put into words the depths of our grief, the magnitude of this loss, the trauma we are dealing with, replaying the nightmare of having to identify her tiny, muddy body, and the trauma and nightmare of what we imagine she went through that night. It's so hard to face each day without her. In the weeks after, I've been thinking back on the verse read at Janie's baptism, Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, plans not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. We thought she was promised a bright future. She would be protected. But now I realize today, these are the plans. This vote, giving meaning to these deaths, shining a light on her trait of caring for others by making the summer camp industry safe for other children. If these 27 little voices could be heard today, they would say, please vote in favor of SB 1, safer camps, so that no other parent would experience this darkness again. We can't bring our daughter back, but you can make her memory a shield for every child who will step onto a camp bus next summer. You have the power to make sure camps are places of joy and not danger. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you for hearing us this morning, and I would like to thank all of you all for listening to us and for the empathy you have shown. This is not easy, and this won't be easy for future, but thank you. So my name is Davin Hunt. In my hand and passed out to you is a picture of my sweet little angel, Jamie Hunt, age 9. Beautiful daughter to my wife, Ann Lindsay, best friend to her 7-year-old brother, Henry, and self-proclaimed mother to her baby, her little sister, Julia, age 2. So that you understand what we are missing now, Janie was just so pure with a love for life and truly the innate ability to think of others before herself. She was the best of her mother and I, and we often said we did not deserve her. This was much prior to her passing. I mean, she was truly the light of our family. We often joke that she was the third parent. I mean, she loved Henry and Julia with a fervent passion, and their parents. Every night, she would ask us for extra hugs, kisses, and you wouldn't get out of that room without saying, "I love you." She was extremely intelligent, artistic, and most of all, she was very kind and faithful. I could talk about my daughter for hours. As others can vouch, I can go on and on with stories about her, but I will spare you all this time. I will say that after her death, I received volumes of stories from people that I'd never heard from all around. And if you'll please indulge me, I'd like to share two of them with you. These two really encapsulate Janie's spirit, and this is what you're trying to protect. The first one, this is from one of her friends. Janie always hugged me when I would cry. She was always there for me and my friends if she saw them alone. Janie wouldn't let anyone be alone. Mom, I want to live like Janie did. And then the second one, from a father who sent it to me. I asked my daughter, who is the girl that has the best influence on you and makes you the best version of yourself? And her unequivocal response was Davin Hunt. There's a running joke amongst our family that Janie was the angel child. She never disobeyed the rules, was always the teacher's favorite, and thrived with sports and friends. She was the angel child, but now she's just an angel. When Janie was born, I had this feeling that I need to protect her, to be there for her. It was a sacred duty as her father to protect my daughter at all costs. And I was not there. I failed that sacred duty. At the end of her life, I was not there for her, and she was terrified. It is abundantly clear to me, and should be to everyone around, that Camp Mystic was completely unprepared for the flooding that cost my daughter her life. Since that day, our life has been a living nightmare. Every morning, we wake up and hope this is some kind of sick dream. And that is, if we even slept. When we do sleep, sometimes the dreams can be peaceful. Memories of times that we would give anything to relive. Sometimes the dreams are this mad rush, pit of your stomach growling, trying to find your daughter from some nefarious force that's grabbed her. Those are gut-wrenching. Sometimes the dreams are replaying our hopeless trip to the funeral home, praying to my Lord and Savior, please, kill me, take my life, but not my daughter Janie. Take me instead. Sometimes the dreams are identifying our daughter at the funeral home and kissing her cold forehead over and over again, only being certain that it is our daughter by her necklace that just says, Janie. The worst dreams, by far the worst dreams, are the ones where I imagine what it was like for her. Petrified, screaming, and alone. I prefer not to sleep rather than have those dreams. As I look at grief, the closest analogy to my own feelings, and I'm speaking for myself, is the President Theodore Roosevelt on February 14th, 1884. On that day, Teddy Roosevelt lost his mother and his wife within a few hours of her. In his diary, he wrote 8 simple words. The light has gone out of my life. I stand here before you today to tell you that is how I feel. That is how we feel. Janie was our light. She was our everything. Unlike Teddy, we can't go off to the Dakotas to just go hunt things. We have to be here. We have to affect change to ensure that my daughter's death will not go in vain, and it will not go in vain. I want our pain, our suffering, our example for our fine state to be what they should avoid. Don't let another parent have to suffer this reality, this hell we're currently living in. I mean, these reforms are common sense. They are really basic safety measures that should have been in place already. But by placing them as law, they will restore confidence in our camps. I love camps. I went to camps my whole life growing up, and I treasure my experiences at them, including the maturing of my faith in Jesus Christ our Lord. But as a parent, we send our kids to camp with a presumption of safety. We believe they will be safe. And it's up to you guys to help us, because they must be safe. Without this legislation, without SB 1, we are just biding our time until there's another catastrophe that has another Heavens 27 or worse. I urge you, I beg of you, I beseech you, please do the right things by our children. Please continue fighting and pass SB 1. And I also urge you, please remember, there's one more angel still out there. Please keep looking for Seal. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you all for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you all. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We will now call up panel 3. Chair calls Carrie Hanna, Doug Hanna, Lacey Hollis, and Lars Hollis. Thank you all for being here. Here we'll begin. All right, you state your name and please begin your testimony.
My name is Carrie Hanna. I'm Carrie Hanna, and I'm from Dallas, and I'm here to testify in support of SB 1. You received a picture of our daughter, Hadley, earlier. She's the one in the white dress. For 14 years, I spent my summers on the magical banks of the Guadalupe River at Camp Mystic. I met my best friends there, learned how to be a good sport, and grow spiritually. I couldn't wait to have a daughter so she could go to Mystic and experience what I did. Even though it wasn't technically written in our wedding vows, I made Doug promise if we had a daughter, she would go to Camp Mystic. 9 years ago this week, we found out we were having Hadley. Before I get any further, let me tell you a little about Hadley. Hadley is the middle sister of Harper, who is 10, and was also at camp and rescued by the grace of God. And Hunter May, who is 6. She was the glue. Hadley was the best, happiest baby from the start. And as she grew, her love and her smile grew too. To know her was to love her because she loved everyone. She loved to give hugs, sometimes of the sneak attack variety, kisses and pets. Hadley was the nicest, sweetest, happiest person, always exuding joy. She always wanted to help her friends, whether it was teaching them how to tie their shoes or become a better gymnast. Hadley was a go-getter, and she knew what she wanted, and she worked her hardest to make it happen. She was so smart and insightful and wanted to be the best, most well-rounded person she could be. I was lucky enough to chaperone the Mystic Dallas bus to camp on June 29th. As I went to tell Hadley and Harper goodbye, I saw Hadley running across the field to see Harper in her cabin. They had been apart for 5 minutes at the most. Once I convinced them to come outside and take one last selfie and tell me goodbye, Hadley jumped down from the porch and started cartwheeling her way to her cabin. She heard me laughing, stopped, turned around, threw her hands in the air, and screamed, "I love this place." That was what camp was supposed to be all about. After all, the line, Camp in My Dreams, is a song all Mystic girls learn and sing. Camp is where you learn new skills like horseback riding, diving, fishing. Hadley caught 2 massive bass and looked thrilled. Not thrilled enough to hold them in the photos, though. Camp is where you play games with silly names like deck tennis and steal the bacon. It is where you sometimes sing funny songs about buffaloes. Camp is supposed to be a break from the hard rigors and stress of the school year, where you can look at the stars in the clear sky at night and braid hair during campfires, where you make your best friends that become your college roommates and later stand beside you at your wedding. Unfortunately, 5 days after starting, the camp of my dreams turned into a living nightmare I cannot wake up from. Hadley, Harper, and all the campers should have woken up on July 4th and celebrated the holiday with their new friends. Instead, Hadley was pulled out of a window of her twins' 2 cabin after it had filled with water. Less than 10 feet away were stairs to an upstairs apartment. That higher ground could have saved her life and the 5 girls in her cabin that also passed away. Hadley wasn't the strongest swimmer, not that it mattered in those waters, but she was strong, so strong. I thought if she could hold on to something, she would be okay. Instead, she and 2 other little girls were knocked out of a tree and died. In total, 5 of the 12 girls from her cabin also died. Our precious, hilarious, kind, caring, silly, loving little girl who always wanted to help others died because there was no plan, because there was no backup system or sirens, because the sweet 18 and 19-year-old counselors did not have the training they needed. Instead, they were told to stay in place, a rule that proved to be fatal. To the best of our knowledge, the water started rising a little after 1 a.m. on the 4th. I woke up at 7 a.m. to text after text telling me that 2 little girls from Hadley's cabin had been found down the river by a neighbor and asking if I had heard anything. The answer was nothing. From our understanding, and this all needs to be investigated, there were over 6 hours of children being swept away and dying before anyone could come to their aid. On Saturday, July 5th, I made Doug drive me out to camp. We had gone 24 hours with basically 0 information, and I needed to yell for Hadley and all of the girls who were missing. As we drove to camp, we saw no one in the water. No boats, people, nothing. They were all on the side of the roads. The air, too, was empty of helicopters, drones, and satellites. Just quiet and blue skies all around. We had a meeting at the church with officials at 10 o'clock on the night of the 5th, and we were once again without answers. We were told to come back the next morning at 7 to give DNA and that there would finally be answers. I personally asked if there were children in the morgue whose parents hadn't been notified. I had originally heard this from the media. The answer was yes. There were 5 whose parents were in the process of being notified and 1 unidentified. It turns out that 1 was our sweet daughter, Hadley Rebecca. The only way the Rangers knew for sure it was her was after I told them she had had alternating green and yellow nail polish on her fingernails. The child laying in a makeshift morgue could not have looked more different than our beautiful girl. It is a sight I can't get out of my head. It haunts me day and night and is all I think about. I think about how much she suffered and how scared she had to have been in that dark, cold water. It kills me that I couldn't have helped her. Before Hadley left for camp, she was worried about being away from me for a month. You see, she may have her dad's personality, but she was my mini-me and my best friend. I promised her she would be safe and okay. I told her camp was the safest place she could be, and she would make new friends and learn new things. I lied to her. She not only wasn't safe, she died. We sat
sat around for 16 hours praying, hoping, pacing, getting prank phone calls and texts from people saying they had her, for her only to be found down the road, alone. The overwhelming lack of prevention, detection, training, and response in this situation is mind-boggling, and is what we are asking SB1 to address. This is not the first flood, and it certainly won't be the last. How did things go so wrong? Hadley could very easily be one of you if she had been given the chance to grow up, advocating to make her city and her state a better place. She dreamed of being a Longhorn and would have worked hard to accomplish that goal. Now it has been stolen from her because of blaring gaps in camp safety that cost our daughter her life and 26 other girls their lives. Hadley was the biggest ray of sunshine, always smiling, singing, dancing, or doing cartwheels as she went along her way. She lit up every room with her smile, her laughter, and her love, spreading joy to those along the way. That is who Hadley is and will be remembered as, our angel, beautiful on the inside and out, observant, compassionate, caring, kind, silly, smart, full of love and life, a vibrant ray of light. I mourn the loss of an amazing daughter, sister, granddaughter, niece, cousin, and friend. I mourn for the loss of camp friendships that never will be, not just for Hadley, but for her sisters as well. Camp must be a place where parents can send their kids and not stress about their safety the entire time they are there. Please, I beg you all to do what is best for children all over our state, country, and world that come to Texas each summer to get away from the stress of life and to have fun. There's no reason camp can't be fun and safe. Do it for our girls who can't ask you for help. Do it for your own children, grandchildren, or your friends' children. Don't let this opportunity pass you by without doing something. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
My name is Doug Hanna. I'm here to testify in favor of SB1. God graced us with knowing Hadley on this earth until her life was cut short by a preventable and terrible death. I know Hadley is looking down at us from heaven and smiling. She was so kind and caring from the start. She really looked up to her big sister Harper and watched out for her little sister Hunter. At times, she drove me crazy, but I was just starting to really get her and understand her. 8 years, 4 months, and 22 days wasn't long enough. I'm going to miss the hugs, the daddy-daughter dates, the laughs, the passionate conviction, the cartwheels and poses, her kissy-face lips, and everything about her fun-loving personality. She loved everyone in her life and had so many wonderful relationships throughout our community. I'll always miss her with every moment of every day with all my heart. On July 4th, I woke up to my wife frantically texting other moms. They were texting about Mystic, and my curiosity was piqued. She seemed shocked, and I had asked her what was going on. She told me a girl from Hadley's cabin had been found in a tree miles downriver. That was enough for me. I took the brisket off the smoker, put my chainsaw in the truck, and started driving to get my girls, Harper and Hadley. On the way down, around Heiko, we got official word. Hadley was missing. I arrived at the reunification center in Ingram around 12:30 on the 4th. It was a sobering scene. The names of people being found were read aloud. At some point, they led the families of people known to be missing into a back room. Sometime later, after a Black Hawk helicopter ride and a medical evaluation, I got the word that Harper was ready to be released. I worked my way to the front of a line of worried parents and finally saw Harper with my own eyes. I gave her a giant hug, and with tears in my eyes, I walked with her away from the commotion. We sat down on a curb, and I told her, Hadley is missing. She said, "No, Dad, Hadley's in a tree." I had to let her know that she was missing. and that the longer someone is missing in a situation like this, the more likely it is that when we find her, it will be bad news. She said, "What do you mean bad news? Is Hadley dead?" I told her she could be. Harper asked me how we would deal with that. I told her we would deal with it as a family. It was the only common sense answer I could think of, and I couldn't lie to her. Since attending the Band Together Texas concert here in Austin Sunday night, Harper has wanted to talk about the night of the flood. She's having flashbacks and hasn't been able to sleep without one of us by her side. We feel guilty because we sent our girls to a camp we thought was safe. Don't get me wrong, we love camp. I went to Worth Ranch Boy Scout camp. It made me stronger. When you pick your daughter up from camp the first year, you can see that they have grown and matured. We thought Mystic was safe. We didn't know we were sending our daughters to sleep in cabins that were removed from the floodplain through an administrative process. We're asking for common sense legislation that holds camps to the same standards as other places we send our kids, like daycare and school. When you send your kid to camp, you expect to pick them up. You don't expect them to leave camp in a Blackhawk, and you don't expect them to be swept away in the middle of the night by rushing floodwaters. We're asking for these reforms so that no other Texans have to meet their children miles away from camp and explain to them that their sister might not be coming home. When you send your kids to camp, you don't expect the next time you see them, you will be identifying their body with the Texas Rangers. We want to make camp safe. We want to make sure none of the families that send their kids to go to camp in 2026 share this nightmare. I didn't know what love was until our first daughter was born. And I didn't know what sorrow was until we lost Hadley. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Hall?
Excuse me, I have a bit of a cold.
Take your time.
So y'all are gonna have to bear with me. Hi, I'm Lacey Virginia Elick Hollis, and I live on a ranch outside of Belleville, Texas, where I grew up. In a house that was the first place I carried Virginia into, and the last place I carried her out of. I support SB 1, and I would like to tell you why this bill is so important to me. My daughter Virginia, our first child, named for me and for my grandmother, died sometime after the rain and river flooding that happened in the early morning hours of July 4th. We don't know when she died. We don't know how. We really don't know anything. We may never know. All we do know is our daughter was at camp. She was not protected. She was not safe because she died along with 26 other girls. I was not there to protect her. But I do hope that this legislation can help protect other daughters and sons of Texas, other big sisters, little sisters, brothers, other people's babies, their grandchildren, nieces, nephews, cousins, all of the sweet, innocent best friends of those little girls, my godchildren and my friends' godchildren. Hopefully no other parent will ever experience the excruciating and unimaginable pain and torture I am trapped in, or the never-ending nightmare that is my life now. And I have to fight not to drown in it every second of every day. My hope for our actions here today, your actions, all of the people still at work, is that SB 1 will result in meaningful safeguards, enforceable safeguards, so that any child can attend a Texas camp and have the most incredible formative time of their life with freedom and purity to make lifelong friends, to have dance parties, to wear fake nails with tiny avocados on them, even while they're trying to learn archery. Children should be able to safely do that in the state of Texas. It won't be Virginia because she died at camp. At a place I thought she would be more protected than anywhere else on earth that I could send her. I was wrong. These are the things that Virginia will never have a chance to vote for or question, ever, because she died at age 8, 10 years before she could vote. I'm her mother. I carried her in my body. I need for her voice to still be heard. This needs to become law, exactly because she lost the chance to grow up and testify for these things today. 27 girls will never get to speak in this building, never have the time on earth to graduate college, to marry the love of their life, to have a baby, or to realize their dreams. I don't want any more children to die at a Texas youth camp. What happened there changed our world because our daughter, one of our 2 children that made up our whole world, died. This is a cookbook that I made for our family after my grandmother, Virginia, died, to remember and preserve our family's and friends' history and legacy. My grandmother was 103. I thought I'd have my whole life to share this heritage with my children, that they would add to it one day as they grew and discovered new inspirations. That's Virginia with Sienna. That's how she wrote her name. That's me, Lacey Virginia, and that's my grandmother, Virginia. There's even a recipe that Eden gave me that I learned was from your mother, I think, with shrimp dip. It's one of my favorites. Somehow, I'm the only Virginia of my family left on this earth. Several of you have heard me read my poem. I have a copy for each committee member, and I'm happy to read it for you another time in the future. But it represents only a single drop of the thousands of tears I have cried and the million more that is my future. My anguish is as infinite as the stars in the sky and equally as unfathomable, searing, blazing, exploding, a black hole of pain. But I can shed those tears. I can search for the joy, the laughter, search for some peace, only because I've been able to bury my daughter. Virginia was the last of our 27 precious daughters whose body was found. That doesn't mean she was the 27th child found. Seal has yet to be recovered for her family, and that, if for no other reason, is why SB 1 should become law. Virginia cannot stay the last one found. But if she must, then we better make sure that Seal remains the last one who needs to be found. There cannot be a 28th one day. There shouldn't have even been one, but there could have been hundreds. The care and safety of our children should be the highest priority above any other considerations. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hollis.
Thank you all for your leadership. My name is Lars Hollis, Lacey's husband, and Sienna is my only remaining daughter. We proudly live in the small community of Belleville, Texas. I am in favor of Senate Bill 1. My daughter, Virginia, made me a father. When a daughter is born, all her father wants is her safety and happiness, in that very order. Our 8-year-old daughter left Earth on July 4th due to a lack of preparation, detection, training, and response. I am a proud Eagle Scout. Our motto, ingrained in me at an early age, was 2 simple words: be prepared. Simply be prepared. We spent 8 years preparing our daughter Virginia to go to camp so that she would feel comfortable and safe. We taught her how to address letters, how to make her own bed, put away her things, wear socks with tennis shoes, brush her teeth, wear life jackets when boating, safely be around horses and cattle. In fact, I have proof of how she recently prepared. The 2 of us recently visited my 106-year-old grandmother in June because I feared the opposite would occur. And Virginia and her luggage created a checklist of the things so that she could prepare. Things from 2 goggles, 2 shorts, and many other things. We prepared. We made sure she'd have familiar faces on the first day at camp. Took a lot of work and time because we live in a rural town. As we best could, we prepared her to have the time of her life, to make friends and have her own experiences without us. We wanted to give her the gift to grow outside of our control, but in safety. Of the 3 girls she met prior to camp, only 1 survived. I support Senate Bill 1 because all the time and preparation we gave to our daughter, at a minimum, that same care needs to be required by law for the children at all Texas camps. We thought she would be safe there. Instead, she died. Organizations in charge of children need to be prepared for all kinds of situations, especially emergencies. Schools, daycares, all have fire drills, active shooter drills, hurricane, tornado drills, anything of what they may possibly face. I do not know why the same standard is not applied to camps, but they should be prepared. And if they can't be prepared, they shouldn't have the care of our children. Unfortunately, my daughter's family tree will no longer grow because of a lack of preparation, detection, training, and response. I am tormented every night around 2 a.m. I cannot sleep. I will forever be haunted by the fireworks on the 4th of July, standing outside the morgue, only to then have to wait till July 15th to bring Virginia home. Despite the pain, Virginia was simply incredible. It was an honor to love her and be her father. A wise person once said, "When someone you love becomes a memory, that memory becomes a treasure." I'd like to leave you by sharing a treasure Virginia left for us. Her last song she ever composed, Virginia's song. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, Senator Betancourt.
To the Bonners and to the Hunts, to the Hannahs and the Hollises, we haven't asked any questions because we're having to absorb this torrent of grief, which is all well-deserved. Just like, unfortunately, the 27 in heaven had to absorb that on July the 4th. But I want to say this. I can't relieve you. We can't, none of us can, of the guilt and the grief that you feel. But I want you to let us relieve some of the responsibility that you feel, because we can take that on. And we can make sure this doesn't happen again. So I can't stop the dreams. But as beautiful as Virginia's last song was, we'll make sure that this doesn't happen again to the next Virginia. And more importantly, I want you to understand that this testimony is so profound that I can speak for my colleagues. I want you to leave here knowing that we'll take the responsibility as much as we can from you. This bill is going to pass. These camps are going to be safe. And that's our commitment to you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Kokors.
Thank you. Lars, we met the other day with some of the families. Senator Flores, Senator Perry and I, and 3 of our House colleagues. And Lars, I want you to know that our family had a conversation about your words about be prepared. It's a really good reminder for all of us, just in life. And I say that because I want you to know you're being heard. And you're impacting lives. This tragedy is going to impact future lives. My chief of staff said to me the other night, I can't unhear their stories. I can't unhear their stories. And that's a good thing. Because of these lives of these precious children, we will never unhear the stories. And we will make changes. Or Lacey, Nim and Blair in the back of the room, I know I called y'all so many times about Virginia and just trying to find her. And we made some changes along the way about how we were communicating with you. Chief Kidd, thank you for our very deep conversation about how we have to, communicate differently. We were maybe letting some things happen on the local level that the state took over. Thank y'all. And I agree. We cannot stop looking for Seal. Because, Lars, I remember what you said to me. When you said, help me, Lois. Help me just bring Virginia home. I want her here in Belleville. Grateful to everyone for finding her. Thank you, all of you, for telling your story. Thank you. Because as Senator Bittencourt said, we will carry this forward. And you're right. I wrote down those quotes. Lacey, meaningful safeguards, but enforceable safeguards. Senator Perry, I think we're getting there. No reason that camps can't be fun and safe. Thank you all.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you all for your testimony, sharing that with us. At this time, we'll call up panel 4. Chair calls Brant Dillon, Ryan DeWitt, Ben Landry, and Matthew Childress. Brant Dillon, Ryan DeWitt, Ben Landry, and Matthew Childress. Thank you for being here. We'll begin on my right. If you state your name and please begin your testimony.
My name is Brant Dillon. I'm the father of Lucy Dillon from Houston, Texas. Thank you, committee chairman, committee members, for allowing me to be here today to share a small part of the life of our precious Lucy, who was only 8 years old when her life was needlessly taken. Our world has been shattered by a tragedy that was 100% preventable. Every plan for our future, every dream that included her, has been destroyed by unsafe facilities, inadequate preparation, failed planning, and poor execution. Lucy was a straight A student. She excelled in school, was in gifted and talented classes, and even skipped a math grade. She was set to begin Spring Branch Independent School District Spiral Program, which provides advanced experiences off campus. Credit those accomplishments to her mother's unwavering conviction and to Lucy's determination to face any challenge. This setting today would have been child's play for her. She was also an exceptional athlete, recently helping her softball and basketball teams win their league championships. I had the privilege and honor of coaching her and her friends since she was 4 years old. While she loved to win, the joy of her victories was often balanced by the compassion she felt for the losing team. She was kind, she was a leader, she was gritty, and she always gave 100% effort. Her younger sister, Charlie, was not a very good sleeper, and the way the responsibilities of the house took shape, I I put Lucy down 9 out of every 10 nights for her whole life. I've read thousands of pages of books to her, countless hands of Uno and Go Fish. She was my best friend. My greatest contribution to society. And today I sit before you a broken man. When Lucy left for camp, it was the very first time she had ever slept away from us. We entrusted her care to the camp operators, and never for a moment did we believe she would be returned to us in a casket. I will never forget that emotionless call that she was simply unaccounted for. We must make sure that when parents entrust their children to camps, that they can have the confidence that facilities are safe, operators are prepared, and emergency plans are sufficient and executable. And I'll add enforced as well. Many things could have been done differently to save our children's lives. I know this because, like a broken record, I replay every scenario in my mind, every day and every night. Always asking, why? What were they thinking? Why didn't they do this or that? In conclusion, I humbly ask you to support these common sense, nonpartisan camp safety reforms. Do not water them down so that no other parent has to endure what we and others have endured. It's the worst kind of pain and emptiness one could ever feel. I'll close with this. I have a friend who's working his way through the Bible in 365 days, and he sent me the scripture from the other day, and it really struck a chord with me, and I just wanted to share it with you guys. Maybe it applies, maybe it doesn't. It's Ezekiel chapter 33, verse 6, the story of the watchman. It says, "But if the watchman sees the sword coming and does not blow the trumpet to warn the people, and the sword comes and takes someone's life, that person's life will be taken because of their sin. But I will hold the watchman accountable for their blood." Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman Perry and members of the Senate Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding. Thank you for allowing us to speak our hearts and minds today. As you've seen over the last couple of hours, this is impossibly difficult for this group to get up and do. We're doing it for our daughters, but it is not lost on us how difficult this is for you as well to hear this, knowing that you are parents and grandparents. We recognize how valuable your time is and are humbled by your willingness to share it with us today. My name is Ryan DeWitt, father of Molly Claire DeWitt. I'm here before you on behalf of my wife, Elizabeth, and Molly's older sister, Annie, who is also at Camp Mystic, and by the grace of God, is still with us. And Chairman Perry, I appreciate you recognizing that at the front half of this. But I want to correct you and say it's hundreds of children. My oldest daughter was in rec hall on the second floor catwalk, water at her ankles. This is a child who has been through the ringer with weather events prior to this, was in therapy for them for a year. And I feel compelled to share with this group that in the terror of that night, when she was on the catwalk with 100+ other girls, Annie, Molly's older sister, who was terrified of weather, found it within herself to lead her cabin in song and prayer in the face of what just months prior would have brought her to her knees. And I feel compelled to say that because my pride for my oldest daughter, Annie, is immeasurable. She's stronger than my wife or I. And I know she's going to watch this, and I want her to hear that out loud from her dad. Molly is one of the precious lives lost during the July 4th flood, along with her 26 newly minted sisters, who had formed an inseparable bond in just a week's time. Molly was and still is a bright light in this often broken world. She embodied so many amazing qualities despite her brief 9 years on Earth. She squeezed more into 9 years than many do into 90. Saying Molly was larger than life is no exaggeration. She was a humble little girl, so these next several bits would make her cringe, but I know she'll forgive me. Molly's relentless curiosity led to questions at all hours of the day and night, many of which I had never pondered as an adult, but probably should have. She wanted to know how and why the world worked the way it did. Some of it fascinated her, and some of it devastated her. She educated our family through her thought process. Her compassion was overflowing, always looking outside her circle of friends to see who else she could include, who might not have as many friends. She was drawn to those on the margins, the homeless, refugees displaced by war, children with disabilities. She said to me one night in bed, "Dad, it hurts my heart to see people hurt." I have replayed that moment so many times over the last 7 weeks. Her generosity followed her compassion, often coming home from school and asking if we could buy things on Amazon for students that couldn't afford what we could. She would get very upset with me for not emptying my entire wallet for every homeless person we encountered. Her creative spirit was ever present, which she inherited from her mom. She planned to take over Elizabeth's interior design business when she got older, while running a taco shop on the side to appease Dad's career in the food industry. Her conviction was unwavering. What others thought and felt mattered deeply to Molly, but did not necessarily drive her decisions. Those were all her own, oftentimes to the chagrin of Elizabeth and I. Her athleticism and drive were remarkable. A talented soccer player from an early age, she didn't understand giving less than 100% of the time. It just didn't register as an option for her. That was evident in everything she did. Her faith in God was deep and unwavering, which Elizabeth and I always emphasized as important, but something that she took to another level all on her own. We continue to find notes and papers of prayers that she wrote to herself that are evidence of her love for our Lord. Molly was radiant, stunning in a way that went far beyond her appearance. Her beauty wasn't just seen, it was felt. Her expressive face told stories of joy, mischief, compassion, and light. Her vivid blue-green eyes held remarkable depth, connecting especially with those who felt unseen. She made people feel known, not just with her words, but with her presence. Molly's beauty was most powerful because it reflected the love and empathy she carried within. Molly's presence brought joy and inspiration to everyone she knew. She lived generously, loved deeply, and left a lasting impression on hearts far and wide. And most importantly, Molly was in ongoing awe of her older sister, Annie, every minute of every day. Annie taught her things Elizabeth and I could not. Molly was her biggest fan and always will be. The joy on her face when Annie allowed her to hang with the older girls cannot be put into words. For Elizabeth and I, our greatest life achievements are our daughters, Annie and Molly. What I've noticed over the last several weeks through texts and conversations with our new family seated next to me and behind me is that while Molly was no doubt unique in her own ways, she shared so much in common with her 26 new sisters. These young ladies were cut from the same cloth, destined to lead with love and change this world. And the two counselors from Bubble Inn, and I don't want this to take away from the counselors from Twins, who, as has been previously stated, did everything they knew to do and followed directions. But Molly was in Bubble Inn, and those two counselors, Chloe Childress and Catherine Ferruzzo, were without a doubt a 10-year fast-forward snapshot to where our girls were headed. They were both set to start classes here in Austin this coming Monday. They were loving, strongly rooted in their faith, and selfless. They will forever be heroes in our hearts. When we dropped Molly off at camp, Annie had been for the last 3 years, and on the ride there, she kept on saying, and looking at the clock, she knew she was getting dropped at 10 a.m., she kept on saying, "Oh, only 45 minutes till I don't see you guys for a month. Only 30 minutes till I don't see you guys for a month." We got out of the car. I gave Annie a big hug. She had been through this before. She looked me in the eyes and said, "I got this, Dad." She was homesick every time and worried every time, but she always pushed through. My goodbye with Molly is something I will never forget. She walked up to me. I was on one knee. She gave me a big hug. She pulled back. She grabbed me by both arms. And she looked me directly in the eye. No less than 10 times, with eye contact I had never experienced from this little girl. She said, "I love you, Dad. I love you, Dad. I love you, Dad." While I'm so grateful for that goodbye, that moment haunts me today. Because shortly thereafter, I pulled the car farther, and I was told, as I'm crying, "We got her. She's safe." We drove out of camp. I'm a wreck. And I looked at my wife, Elizabeth, and I said, "I don't think we should go out of town overseas." And my worry was something would happen to us on the plane in another country, that we wouldn't be able to go back and pick our daughters up. And never in my wildest nightmares did I think that this is what was going to occur. In short, on July 4th, the world lost 27 lives that were destined to change our landscape forever in their own unique ways. The biggest tragedy is that it never should have happened. This was 100% preventable. We are here before you today as grieving parents, as you've heard, living in an unimaginable nightmare, but also as pillars of strength for our daughters' legacies, to ensure that what happened on July 4th never, ever happens again. Senate Bill 1 is long overdue, reflects common sense life-saving measures that every camp in Texas should be required to undertake, taking the appropriate preventative measures to remove as much possible risk of disaster, in concert with doubling down on detection, training, and response when the disaster does occur. It's the only path forward here. Every camp should consider the location of their buildings and sleeping quarters. Every camp should utilize a functional and effective early warning system. Every camp should have a detailed evac plan that is documented and run through, both in and out of camp session. Every camp should have an adequate adult to camper ratio. Corners cannot be cut, arms cannot be twisted, gray areas cannot exist. These were our children's lives. Now we fight united for the safety and lives of millions of children that will attend camps in the future. And the future is right now, not the next special session in 27. And I recognize as I look at the 9 of you that this message is not directed at you, but I know this is public testimony. And I'd like to say, for those that may dare to oppose the fundamental principles of this bill, I'd ask that you envision stating your case in front of our 27 daughters. If you had the opportunity to look each of them in the eyes and tell them that their safety and the safety of millions of future campers was not a priority, could you do it? We cannot answer that question for you. In closing, we're humbled and honored as a group for the incredible support we've received from our local communities. We would not be here without you. I drew some inspiration from a quote that Governor Abbott uttered during his own personal story of overcoming a life-altering accident. He said, "Our lives are not defined by our challenges, but by how we respond to them." This is our response. We implore you to join us in that response. Do not waver. Do not hesitate. As Molly would say, let's give 100% effort, 100% of the time. Let's make these 27 amazing girls proud of the way we respond. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Please proceed, state your name.
Thank you, Senators, for hosting us today and letting us share our experiences with you. My name's Ben Landry. I'm Laney Landry's proud father. Laney was killed on the July 4th floods on the banks of the Guadalupe River. Laney left behind her loving mother, Natalie, me, her father, her brothers, Daniel and Luke, grandparents, teachers, coaches, family, and many, many friends. Laney was the caboose of our family. She was our third child, and she was the sweet, loving daughter that Natalie and myself wanted so badly. She made our family whole, but more importantly, she softened out the edges of myself and my boys. She made me the man, the husband, the father I am today. She truly changed our lives and made us better people. She was the best friend to Daniel and Luke, a great playmate, a great friend to everybody around her, and a kind, caring child. Like you've heard from all of these people, these girls were amazing. And they brought the best out of people around them. And they truly lifted people up to be better. The loss of Laney has devastated our community and left a hole in our family. While we're full of grief and sadness, we are comforted that she's in heaven with Jesus and that she will lift us up and that she'll lift all of our community up. And so we'll be able to find peace and happiness again. Laney and the other 26 girls that died at Camp Mystic that night have given our families the strength and focus to fight for these changes. It's clear that the status quo did not work, and important safety standards must be imposed in the camping industry, just as they are in schools, daycares, and industrial, commercial, and manufacturing sites. No emergency plans and no evacuation training is not acceptable. There's not an industry I know that would allow this. I've coached lots of my kids' teams, and I've always told them I will never put you in a position to fail. All of these girls were put in a position to fail. They were told their directions were to fail, and that's what happened that night. These children were put to sleep in a floodplain with no plan for a flood. This must be changed now so this does not happen again. This is an event that was preventable and was caused by years of neglect, ego, and complacency. Never again should these words be used to describe the children's camps in Texas. Our families are welded together in this awful event. We are not here to ask that you take our grief away. The grief represents the everlasting love that we have for our girls. We are asking that you pass this legislation to give us the comfort and hope that this does not happen to another family. They did not, so they don't have to deal with and live through this grief and pain. I want to thank you all for having us today and working to pass this legislation. And I want to give a special thanks to the Texas communities and communities all across the country that have supported us and prayed for us. In particular, I want to thank the St. Michael's and St. Teresa church and school communities in Houston, the SBMSA and Post Oak families, and all the close families and friends that have loved and cared for us. In particular, I want to, even more detailed, I want to thank the families, the 26 other families here who have all lifted each other up, have supported and cried together and helped each other and to get through this time. Like our daughters, your kindness will not be forgotten. Senators, we ask you to pass this bill to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And we also ask for your commitment to make sure that the full resources of the state of Texas are committed to finding Cece Stewart and to bring her home to her family. Thank you all for your time, and God bless you.
Thank you for your testimony.
So thank you, Ben. So I'm Matthew Childress, and I'm honored to be the father of a hero, Chloe Madeline Childress. I am the caboose today, so I'll be the final one that you'll be hearing from and the final one that will torture you with these stories. But I want you to remember there are many more that did not testify. And these are the realities that we will live with for the rest of our lives. As you said, Senator Kolkhorst, don't unhear them. We need you to remember them. We need you to be tortured by them, because we are every single day. We also need you to appreciate this is not just 6 weeks of grief that we've been going through. This is 3 weeks of unprecedented coordination and unity of these 26 families for these 27 girls to affect positive change, to figure out this 4-dimensional puzzle for positive change in the future. So on behalf of Heaven's 27, thank you. Thank you for taking the time, the effort, the support for camp reform. Thank you committee members, Chairman Perry, and all of the co-authors of SB1. And also to the state leadership, the governor, lieutenant governor, and the speaker. And I also want to thank the camps that have been reaching out for meaningful change and alignment. That's meant very, very much. I also am very sorry, and I want to offer all of my condolences to all of those others that lost their lives, not just at Mystic, but this horrific accident, all 138, plus the continued support for the search for Seal. So this is my daughter. Let's make sure it subs it up. Yeah, this is my daughter, Chloe. Chloe was 18 when she was killed. This is a grown woman. She is survived by her brother, Jack, 15, who started his sophomore year today at the Kincaid School in Houston, Texas. My wife, Wendy, wishes she could be here, but she wants to ensure he is launched into a normal school starting day and is there to support him for that. So one of my nicknames for Chloe was that she was my hero. For all that she had accomplished, I was so proud of the independent woman she had become and all that she had to come in the future. Not to mention, she was just a better human than me. She was one of the counselors, along with Catherine Ferruzzo, in the Bubble and Cabin where all lives were lost. As others have testified, we tried our best to not think about the horror, the terror, and the fear that happened in that cabin that night. 14 girls scrambling for their lives because they did what they were told to do. But as we fast forward, it does turn out that Chloe was not just my hero, but she was an actual hero. Chloe and Catherine both died as heroes trying to save all those sweet little girls. Chloe's from Houston. She graduated from the Kincaid School as a cheerleader, cross-country runner, and a lover of music. She was to attend the University of Texas to study pre-med and to ultimately become a doctor. Chloe was the perfect balance that I could ask for. She was fun, she was spontaneous, she was a troublemaker, she made all of her friends laugh, but she was also smart and studious and driven. And because of this, I called her the machine. She was also a rule follower. As her father, this is what I taught her. I taught her manners. I taught her respect. I taught her to obey orders and authority. She did what I told her. She followed directions, the authorities. And that is what killed her. Last Thursday, instead of moving my daughter into Hardin House, about a mile from here, to start her freshman year, I was at the state capitol with 25 other grieving families that had lost their daughters. We were there to plead with state leaders, asking them to take action so this tragedy would not happen to anyone else in the future. So there are over 1,000 camps operating in the state of Texas with deep history, roots, and impact across the social fabric of our state. As a boy, I attended camp in Hunt. The women in my family are 3 generations of Camp Mystic. I spent my youth picking up my sister at Mystic, staying at the River Inn, and begging to stop at the Hunt store on the way out for a burger. These are places that create lifelong memories and friends that folks will have for the rest of their lives. These are places that should live on and should be cherished and enjoyed for generations to come. The change we are asking for is to provide protection measures to ensure that camps can survive. So the changes we are asking for are very common sense, logical, nonpartisan ideas for camp safety. These are positive, forward-looking changes to ensure a continued flow of new kids into these camps for years to come and giving the parents the assurances that they need. So first, prevention. No child should sleep in a floodplain. Daycare and schools already have sitting laws that prohibit such dangers. I do support the exemptions or exceptions for lake-bound camps that Chairman Perry spoke about earlier. I am from Houston. I know what it means to live in homes in the floodplain. I've lived through Allison, through Ike, through Rita, through Harvey, and countless other storms. And as I tell many people, it's not a question of if a Category 5 hurricane will hit Houston. It's just a question of when. When you look at the Central Texas storms, they have happened before. These storms will happen again. And anyone telling you otherwise is fooling themselves. Second, detection. Simple flood and weather alert systems with backup communications would have saved lives. Third, training. The official plans at most camps are to stay in place. The girls who died here were the ones that followed that plan. Training should prepare staff and campers to act, not to wait in danger. And then finally, response. There needs to be better coordination with local first responders because in an emergency, confusion kills, and we saw that on July 4th. These are basic protections that all parents should expect when they entrust their child to a camp. They are not costly, and camps have simply been exempt. That exemption has now cost lives. So we need to, from a timing perspective, we need to make these immediate changes in this special session with everyone's support because people are already enrolling their children for summer camp next summer in 2026. But we are also here to remind all of you that we are here for the long haul. We have to live with all this for the rest of our lives. I plan to make it my second job so that no other parent has to go through this type of pain. As we look towards other meaningful reforms across the spectrum in future years, in future sessions, hopefully you'll see me again in the future. Again, pressing for common sense, nonpartisan reforms that everyone can support. People ask me every day how I'm doing. I tell them the truth. And for the record, I tell them, this sucks. This pain is unbearable. Chloe was killed following the manners that I taught her. I lost my firstborn, my machine, my running buddy, and my hero. And for this group of Heavens 27, I am overwhelmed by the unity that the 26 families have had. This all came together in less than 3 weeks, and we have to see this through. There's nothing we can do to bring our daughters back, but we can honor them by ensuring their deaths lead to meaningful change. For now, the time is to act and support SB1. For my hero, Chloe Madeline Childress, the rest of Heaven's 27, and for the millions of campers and parents in the future, so this does not happen again. Thank you all for your support.
Senator Bedcourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, I just want to tell you, your testimony is absolutely 100% correct. There is a lot of grief in this room, but there's also anger. You know, I have to suppress it now because I feel what could have occurred and what didn't. But I also know that there's 1,100 camps out there and many of them do it the right way. This camp was horrifically wrong. The instructions to Chloe were horrifically wrong. And that's where that anger comes in. I have to portray my Irish Catholic, or betray it, I guess, to keep from reacting to it, because I feel it too. You don't have to worry about, a couple of you mentioned bipartisan. There was no partisanship here. My classmate and friend Jose Menendez and I and Senator Blanco has sat through everything in Kerrville underneath the Dios from Senator Flores and Chairman Perry. And we're going to make these changes stick because they are common sense. You know, and Ben, you made a point about being a coach. You know, I've been everything from a SBISD, superintendent on baseball on down. And you never leave your children at a point of failure. Never put them out to fail. And they didn't. But a lot of other people did. So we're going to recognize the obvious and do what we can to change it. And there won't be any testimony against this. And Ryan, to you, I want you to hold on to that 10 seconds with your daughter, because that's her gift back to you. And you keep giving that gift to everybody that you know of for the rest of your life, because that's what she'll want you to do.
My life's purpose has been redefined.
I could tell. And God bless you.
Thank you for your testimony, and we appreciate you being here. Are there any other members of a child lost at Camp Mystic who wishes to testify? Seeing and hearing none, members, that concludes the testimony we will hear from the families today. I would like to thank every family member for testifying here today. I know it was extremely difficult, but your time was very well spent.
Members, just kind of an FYI, this was seventh time for a lot of these families to have this conversation, both with members and legislatures and other groups. So I can only imagine how you relive it that 7 times. So I do appreciate you be willing to tell the story. All right.
At this time, the chair calls up our final panel, which includes a resource witness from the Department of State Health Services and some camp operators. The chair calls Adam Buck from the Department of State Health Services. Adam Buck. John Robertson from Camp Longhorn. John Robertson. Scott Fineski from Camp La Junta. And Randall Daly, Texas Association of Campground Owners. You come forward, please.
Mr. Chair, I have kind of a comment. It's not meant to.
Senator Perry.
I looked down the list of those that are testifying from the camp groups, and I'm not going to tell you how to register, but I would suggest that an on is not supporting a bill. So you better get ready for some hard questions for an on the bill. That is really not, I think, going to be well received. So you can choose to register that way. You can choose to register against it or for it. But I think members are going to want to know why you can't support common sense legislation. So that's y'all's call, y'all's prerogative, and y'all's privilege, and I'm not going to beat you up with it. I can't say the same for every member on this legislative panel. So as you go through this, if you want to make your change, it's a good time to state on the front end that I have switched it from on to support. If you choose not to, the members will do what the members need to do. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll begin on my right. You state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, and proceed.
My name is Randall Daly, and I'm representing the Texas Association of Campground Owners and myself as a campground owner, and we are for this bill, and we support this bill and happy to help in any way that we can, and thank you very much for your work on this bill.
My name is Scott Fineski, and I'm testifying on behalf of Camp La Junta and in support of Senate Bill 1.
Thank you.
And John Robertson from Camp Longhorn. Again, as my compadres here say, we support this legislation.
You're currently registered as on, so you want us to change that? You support?
That is correct. We wish to change the registration from on to
or
in support. Yes, please.
Thank you. So noted.
Chairman Perry, members of the committee, I'm Adam Book. I am the Associate Deputy Commissioner for the Consumer Protection Division of the Department of State Health Services. I'm here to provide some information about our youth camp licensing and inspection program.
Senator Perry.
So questions for dishes just specifically. First of all, I'm going to kind of give you a lifeline here. So I want your colleagues in dishes to take heed here today. We are asking dishes to step up, step out, and do more things than they've been asked to do. I sit on finance. I'm not naive to assume you're going to get this done today with existing resource.
Yes, sir.
So before we get out of this building in the next week, it is absolutely, and I cannot stress this enough because I do this with every agency, and very seldom do agencies take advantage. Within reason, I want an inventory of personnel needed to implement, enforce, and inspect before next camping season, and I remind you that starts before the next session.
Yes, sir.
So I need a very detailed map of what is available today and what you will need to make sure these provisions are implemented and inspected. And that is on y'all, because I don't live in your world, but I also recognize not all of this is free. So take that to heart, and I hope your folks are listening. And I would expect that information to be available before we leave this week, because we have a protocol on how we get hearings done. So please take that to heart. Secondly, specifically, and we're not going to relive history and whys and why nots forever, but I want to clearly understand what is supposed to be being done today. My understanding is Camp Mystic passed with a 100% rating 2 days prior to. So what was being inspected at these camps today? What was supposed to be that wasn't? So give us kind of a general framework and then hone in on how can a facility 2 days before an event like this be a 100% rating? It may be on the legislature that we did not give you the prescripts necessary to force the inspections as they were, but we're fixing that today. But give us as a members, and I'm sure there'll be other questions, but I want you to make sure that I will put it this way. If another event happens after April of 26, and I hear the word, we didn't have the manpower, the resources to do it, as someone said earlier about watchmen, it is incumbent upon us to accept the role as watchmen, but when we implement it, that role transfers to y'all. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Senator Cocorse.
Give us the big umbrella.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Perry. First of all, I want to say that we do have a cost estimate based on the initial SB1, and we will modify that based on your modifications that you announced this morning. DSHS.
I wanted to say before you got started, to your, thank you for recognizing me. Before we get started, And that estimate is important. And I know that there would be, there is an ability to do an RTE, a request to exceed. I'm not sure how the Lieutenant Governor and Senator Huffman want to do this, whether it's included and domiciled within SB, I think it is now 5, or again, we're on a 30-day timeline, but we get RTEs from y'all all the time, not just dishes, but agencies. And so this would be something that could fit in there, I do believe, on an RTE. But it needs to be, as Senator Perry said, I would use the word robust, complete. Okay?
For sure. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you. Any other things, Senator Perry? Members, any questions for the panel?
So I want dishes to go through existing framework. I don't want to rehash what we didn't get done specifically, but I think people need to answer that question, how 100% inspection was created, if it was because we didn't require what we should have required, or if it's required it, but it became complacent, if it's just kind of check the box routine stuff. So share with us what you can share about existing and what this next level will be.
Yes, sir. Health and Safety Code 141 has 15 standards that is broken down currently in section 141.0025. And we basically have identified 86 inspection criteria from those 15 standards that we do go inspect. I believe the things that we do in terms of inspections are verifying the records are appropriate. We have verified that they have an emergency plan. Our staff, we aren't the organization that approves those emergency plans, but we do verify that they meet certain criteria, such as, to be implemented in the case of a disaster, serious accident, epidemic, or fatality. We verify that they have a copy of the plan, that it covers those specific event types, that it's posted in the buildings, all the structures within the camp, that camp staff and volunteers are aware of the plan. I understand that we do some interviews of a select amount of staff to verify, about the emergency plan. And then documentation in the office that each member is trained and properly qualified to be there with the kids. One of the things that we do verify is the, supervisor to camper ratio. So we need 1 supervisor to 10 campers. And we do verify that. Are there other specific questions that you have? That's a very broad overview of the top things. There are 86 inspection criteria that we look at, though, so I just touched on a few there.
So in earlier testimonies in Kerrville, and it was a gentleman that was familiar with camp businesses and had actually worked on site with many of the camps. He made a comment that 6 of the 19 had an evacuation plan. Is it your experience that every one of the camps required to be inspected, had an evacuation plan? Or do you have deficiencies?
Okay, so the requirement for an emergency plan is that it has procedures for emergency shelter and for evacuation of each occupied building in the facility.
But what I'm asking compliance. How many don't have a plan, or did everyone inspected have to have a plan?
Well, if you don't have an emergency plan, then it is, we do have enforcement requirements for that. We consider that like I forget what the level is. There's basically 3 levels of enforcement, and it's, you don't have an emergency plan.
You can yank a license?
I would have to look at that.
It doesn't matter.
But
Like I say,
I
we're
believe that we
changing
have-
your world a lot, so moving forward. But I'm trying to get down to, I was told 6 of 19 in a hearing by a guy that's not in y'all's department.
Okay.
So the question I have, do you know how many camps didn't even have an evacuation plan?
As far as I'm aware, our inspectors have verified at each of the 375 camps that we license that they had emergency plans. Those emergency plans are supposed to include evacuation.
That's good information. So just FYI, members, there's about 1,000 camps. 600 of them are in Chapter 54 or something. They're non-youth camp, typically other kind of venues. So they are responsible for about 354, I think is the number. So Dishes is. So that's kind of the background on that. Senate Bill 1 is the framework for what we believe that will help hopefully prevent another event like what we've just done. I caution to camps and state employees, this is only good as the people that engage it. And so one of the biggest contributors to what we found out, and it could have been any camp, I promise you it could have been any camp, was complacency and human nature and out of sight, out of mind. And 4 years from now, when this event unfortunately fades into, where only those personally affected remember it, there's a good chance that if inspectors are not extremely diligent in pursuit of making sure this stuff is followed through, we wind up with a new event regardless of what the bill says. So it's incumbent upon state agencies and members. As members, we get calls. There's so-and-so out here inspecting us, and we think they're not being fair. What can you do? So I would just say on this stuff, that as members, we do assume the role and walk through what the issue is, but never yielding from what we're living through today with these families, that there's a reason we're going here. So it's real easy to get into that member role, trying to help, trying not to make anybody mad. But that's not our role. Our role is to make sure these kids are safe going forward. So, and I'm not upset with Dishes, to be clear. I just think that we had a lot of complacency and box checking that becomes partly routine over time. So I appreciate that.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it Mr. Buick or Buck?
Book.
Buick. Okay, Mr. Buick. I see you mentioned, you testified that you licensed 375 camps.
In FY25, yes, sir.
Of those 375 camps, what schedule, what type of rotation are they on? How often do you actually have them inspected? Is it once a year? Is it once every 2 years? How often can we rely, the public rely, that they're inspected?
So the way that it works, we have two different kind of license. We have new licenses, and those licensees require a pre-license inspection. So we'll get the application, we verify that they go through a background check and all that. Once the application's good, we assign an inspector to go out and conduct a pre-license inspection. Once the new camp meets their pre-license inspection, then we give them an approved license within 30 days.
Okay.
If we find any deficiencies during that pre-license inspection, they have 10 days to make corrections. That's the first category. The biggest category that we have are renewals. I think in FY25, we may have had one new camp license. The year before that, we may have had 3. So most of them are renewals, and the renewal applications also get a background check when they send those in. If there's any changes, our staff will communicate with them to make sure that we understand what's changed and, the application is correct. But we do an annual inspection sometime during the operational period, which is typically June through August, the youth camp season while school is out.
So all 375 camps have an annual review?
That is the goal. I've been told that we have some camps that are licensed that only operate like 10 days out of the summer, and those are a little harder to get to. So for FY24, we got to 95% of the licensed camps that year. But again, the goal is every camp, every year, at least once.
Very good. Thank you. Thank
Senator
you.
Kokors.
Just want to follow up on a couple of questions. I have a history of different bills that were filed all the way since 1973 on camps. Some of those being waivers, carve-outs. that have passed the legislature. And so just as a point of reference, we'll be looking at all of those and trying to make sure that we didn't make some mistakes along the way with some of these waivers. And so the other thing that I would like to ask is, of the licensed camps, do we have a record of how many are accredited by the accreditation process that's kind of a national standard?
First of all, on the waivers, I was texting my staff while we were hearing some of the testimony earlier, and they have confirmed we're not aware of any waivers that have been requested or approved at this time with current licensees, just so you know. The second question, what was the second question?
It was about accreditation.
Accreditation, I have heard about certain camps that are accredited. I don't have that number right now, but we can certainly get that back to you, Senator Booker.
Thank you. There would be, some that would say, and we use accreditation processes for a lot of, the myriad of things that we oversee. We have SACs for colleges and things like that. So it might be something that we need to consider as a standard. It's kind of a gold standard, obviously. So I know I've had some questions about that. Thank you.
Senator Perry.
Thank you. Back to the waivers. I guess I'm just not even thinking. This resets. SB 1 resets.
Yes, sir. I heard that.
It's as if nothing existed today. This is the new one. So any waivers of the past, gone. Because I can only assume most of them were exempting them out of things we thought were important enough to put in statute, but people didn't want to do it. So if there's some legitimate need for something, which I cannot envision what it would be, but generally speaking, I want dishes to understand it doesn't matter what the past waivers were. This is a new day.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Mr. Daly, do you have any testimony that you wish to present?
No, sir, we're just here in support of the bill.
You have any testimony you wish to present? We sure like to hear it if you have some.
Sure. Chairman Perry and members, thank you for letting us come in and testify today. Again, my name is Scott Fineski. I'm the owner and director of Camp La Junta in Hunt, Texas. And before anything else, we heard some pretty powerful testimonies earlier, and and just want to say, we are deeply sorry for all the loss that has been happening in Hunt. It's, through the community and through the camp community, we're grieving alongside and with the families, and it's difficult to wrap our brain around the devastation, and it's been. And so just wanted to say, we are sorry for all the loss that has happened. A little bit about, the night. On July 2nd, we welcomed our second-term campers. We had 295 campers and an additional 100 staff members were on site for second term. The following night, the storm struck. My wife and I, we were awake early, as were members of our staff. However, we did not receive any emergency alerts or warning about the rapidly rising river. We first were indicated or found out something was happening when my wife was looking out the front window and saw a dining hall table floating across the athletic fields. And she looked at me and said, "I just saw a dining hall table." At that point, we realized that something was going on. We quickly threw on shoes and ran and sprinted to the cabins. We opened doors and woke the counselors and told them count heads and head to the maintenance road. That maintenance road is a high spot on our camp, and it's a spot that's familiar to everybody, and that's our meeting spot. The counselors, they did an amazing job in getting the kids awake and getting them out quickly of the cabins. One cabin complex began taking water on quickly, and we could not immediately reach it. I used flashlights, passed them out to the counselors, and we lit up the cabin the best that we could. There was no power at the time, and we instructed the counselors to move their campers to the rafters in the building. The rafters are accessible via bunk beds, so that, and so that was, that was a very doable, very understanding thing for them. While my wife was on the phone with 911 at that point. At this time, the rest of the camp was safely located at higher grounds with their counselors. Once the waters slowed to a manageable level, I accessed the cabin complex, and climbed to the rafters with the kids and said, I know we're scared, I know, but we're brave, we're strong, and we're going to be safe. At that point, we set up a landing spot for the kids and helped them get out of the rafters, and I started evacuating the kids out of the rafters, carrying them across what was our sidewalk, but now had fast water, or had at that point water coming across it. When the water lowered a little bit more, slowed down a little bit more, I felt that I could bring counselors to come stand in the water, and we formed a line, and a counselor helped me pull the kids out of the rafters, and we carried the kids across the sidewalk out of the water and over to my wife on the high grounds. In addition, we had one smaller cabin that housed 4 of our counselors. It was swept off of its foundation, and it floated about 25 yards away from where it was originally located, and it was stopped by a tree that was along the path. Once it stopped, I was able to reach out to the counselors and get them out safely and up onto dry land. Sometime in the morning after sunrise, we received a phone call from local authorities to confirm the status of our situations. I let them know that we were all safe and accounted for, but we had no water, we had no food, and we had no electricity. They said they would not be able to help us at that time. And the way that we were able to secure water and food for our campers was that we had a family member who was able to get a private helicopter to fly in and give us some food and give us some water for the kids. Throughout the day, we had our kids staged in the high cabins that were untouched by the waters, and my wife and I, we were calling everybody that we could to try to figure out how we were going to be able to get out of camp. We did not receive any help in that way. My wife called the superintendent of Kerrville ISD and said, we need buses. He said, give me an hour and a half. And he sent school buses out, and when and in communication with the local fire chief in Hunt, we determined when the water was going to be low enough that the low water crossings were going to be passable, and he had buses waiting, and when they opened up the bridges, they were one of the first vehicles to get across. They came into camp, and after head checks and making sure that we had everybody, campers and counselors alike, on those buses, they left and they went into the staging area in town, and we had already been communicating with parents where that was going to be and when they needed to arrive at that location. And that was about 6:30 that night that we finally were able to evacuate camp. In the history of Camp La Junta, we've never witnessed flooding at this level. The river exceeded our previous high water mark, by a large amount. And while we cannot go back in history, while we cannot go and change what happened in the events, we're committed at Camp La Junta, and a lot of the camps in the Hill Country are committed to moving forward and continuing to, provide camping programs in a better, stronger, safer way than, than previous. And with SB 1, we feel that this is going to help us out. And so thank you guys for your diligent and quick work on this.
Senator Perry.
I just want to say, you're one of the ones that we had this conversation. You call it blessed, and it is truly blessed that your wife got up and saw something at that point. But here's the thing I would tell you. You were decisive. And although it may not have fit the wheelhouse of SB 1, you had a plan. You knew what maintenance road meant, and so did all your folks. So on that account, I appreciate the fact that you were there as the owner, first of all, kind of in the mix, right? But you also responded with decisive action because you had made sure everybody knew what maintenance road meant. Just something as simple as, here's what you do. When you hear it, you head to the higher ground. So on that front, you're to be recommended, but mainly appreciated for that you had the vision and the wherewithal to know we need to be prepared. So, but I thank you for that.
Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Senator Perry's done a great job pulling this bill together with help from Senator Colcorst and other members of the committee. I just want to go back, including the flood warning siren bill. Gentlemen, is there anything we're missing at this point? I mean, we're moving it, as Senator Perry said, warp speed to get this done, which is what we need to do. I just want to make sure we're not missing anything obvious. And I do commend you for making that decisive change. The chairman is right. Big difference, because you save lives. Other people made a mistake. Other people tried to go out and have their lawn equipment evacuated to higher ground before they evacuated the kids. And I'm so angry about that. I have to contain that every time I hear this story. Okay? So, but you didn't, and that you're to be commended of, because you saved that crew. You did. Now, everybody helped, but you made that fundamental decision. I just want to make sure, while we have a chance, if we're missing anything else, because the other camps, a lot of them did the right thing. And this bill is not to punish the camps that did something good, but to collect the best practices that we all do it right in the future. Gentlemen, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
You'd like to respond?
The only thing that I'll say is I neither my wife nor I and anybody on Camp La Junta grounds, we're hooked up and connected to alert warnings, and we did not receive a warning that morning.
And even though you're hooked up, you didn't receive it, so you didn't get National Weather Service, or?
We use phones, and so our apps, and so we at that point we did have cellular, and so we did have. So we were connected. We were able to place phone calls. My wife was on the phone with 911 on camp at that point, but we did not receive any alerts.
Well, there was a preposterous failure for Kerr County not releasing their own warning on top of everything else. Still, already the flood system had already gone to maximum, torrent. So, all right, thank you.
Senator Colcorst.
Thank you. Senator Bettencourt, local leadership matters.
It does.
So, Mr. Fineski, I have to ask this question. When you saw a picnic table floating, could you give me, point of reference, a time?
I can't give an exact time, and just so you understand, it was not a picnic table. It was a dining hall table. So our dining hall walls came down. And so we had what ended up a house from upriver came and landed and ended up in our kitchen. And so that's what broke through our walls. And so
You have no idea what time that was?
I know it was after 3 o'clock, and it was before 4 o'clock is when we saw that. We ran out and started the evacuation. I want to say around 4:10, 4:15 is when we left the house, roughly. But looking at my phone and looking, we determined that just by the first calls to 911 really, and just kind of guessing from, from that time period.
So, and I think this is really important in coordination with all the other bills and what we heard. So Chief Kidd in the back of the room, I'm going to go with your timeline. It's not off by 2 or 4 minutes with Senator Perry, the video that you played in our first hearing. But 1:14 a.m. first warning in Ingram and Hunt. That is a warning. Now, under Senate Bill 1, at that point, you would be evacuating to higher ground. It was 4:23 that the emergency warning went out. In my estimation, it's late. And I've really focused in on, during our hearings, and Senator Perry, excellent panel of meteorologists who have talked about better instrumentation, and this is for decades, between Del Rio and Brownsville, it's 780 miles roughly, that we don't have a weather station, that maybe we should have one in between, and then the instrumentation. So at 1:14 a.m., I have to ask this question. And this is the devil's in the details of how you get that warning. Originally I'd filed Senate Bill 6 of the last Senate Bill 60, and it's requiring y'all to monitor weather radios. Chief Kidd, you've talked about the simplicity of yesteryear where you have simple instrumentation that you're listening to. What would you have done at 1:14 a.m. with a warning? And this is for us to better understand Flash Flood Alley, different than Camp Longhorn,
Right.
different geography, and that's really important to understand Flash Flood Alley and the geography, which higher ground, I don't know if at La Junta it's available, it certainly is at Mystic. So what would you have done just for us to understand the implementation of these bills that we're working on?
First of all, I would have, we would have talked to our security guard. We do have an active security guard at night. Even with the security guard, there was, failure in that point that we spoke with them during the night, and there was no warning of rising waters or anything like that coming into camp. If I had received a warning at 1:14 in the morning, I would have gone down. We would have looked at materials. We would have looked at equipment to see what was on the floodplain. And that's the first thing that we would have done. I would have known that campers were not, down in the area. They would not have been down along the riverfront. From where I've seen the water, I would have, that's where we look at our flood lines and of what's coming to camp for. And so I would have, started there, and we would have made sure that our security guard knew about the warning and would have continued to.
Would you have evacuated children that are sleeping in a floodplain?
We did not have, we only had one cabin in a floodplain, and I would not have evacuated them. I would have had our security guard stationed over and been paying attention in main camp with the idea of looking at rising water. But I would not have evacuated them immediately at 1:14 in the morning, no.
Hindsight's 2020.
Right.
It's very clear.
Exactly.
What would you do today?
We would definitely evacuate. I mean, definitely I would have, again, talked to our security guard, and we, and had that urgency to be aware of the warnings, to be aware of the situation. But definitely we would have looked at, evacuating, buddying them up in the, in the higher cabins. And we would have done that for sure.
So I look back at my notes from Kerrville, and I have to say to the parents, I wrote down on y'all's testimony, and I haven't counted it up, complacency was a very recurring word that I wrote down. Complacency, complacency, complacency. 67-year-old woman living in Kerr. She'd seen 25 floods in those 67 years. She said complacency by residents. We were complacent. She said 2025 is the new benchmark versus the 1932 benchmark. Her other quote was, Mother Nature humbled us. So now, and you say sidewalks and things, and I'm saying this for every youth camp out there. I'm saying this for every resident who has a property on a river, because I know one of you talked about not just the 27, but I mean, there were 132 people lost in this flood. There is a new benchmark. The older gentleman, Chairman Perry, that testified, who his family had a cabin, his wife's family had a cabin since 1930. He's a mile down from Mystic. He's near you. And he said, 1930, we'd never seen water anywhere near her family's cabin. And something woke him up at about 2:40 a.m.-ish, 2:40, and he said he looked out and he said, oh my gosh, we got to get out of here. Wakes his wife up and you remember this, Senator Menendez? And his wife's friend, and says, we've got to get out of here. And when he stepped out of the back door, he said, I stood in water, and he said, we can't get out. And they climbed up in a tree, and the water got to his waist. And he said, this is probably it. And at that point, it just barely started to recede. So this is a new watermark, right?
Right.
What will you do, and what changes will you make?
Well, I mean, for sure, the emergency planning, when we look at.
Pull that microphone a little closer, because I think it's important for all camps and for all campgrounds. Senator Perry, you created a new chapter in the Health and Safety Code, and under a new section, I think it was 700 and something, for campgrounds. I mean, like not youth camps, campgrounds. What would you do differently now? What changes are you going to make?
So the first ones are going to be obviously the emergency evacuation plan. I mean, the way we deal with floods, because like you said, we now have a new benchmark. We know what can and will happen, and so we are going to, as an organization, we're going to, make sure that we write that down. We do train on our emergency action plan, and so we will continue to do that. We do have, and we will, and we train our kids on the emergency plan as well. On our first night, that's part of our opening night meetings, that the counselors draw attention to that plan. We address it as a camp. We do that, and the activity counselors are trained on that, because our emergency plan is not just a one-size-fits-all, because some kids will be on one side of the property while kids are on the other side of the property. So what they know from the cabin is not what they know when they're in canoeing class or something like that. And so we will continue to train, and we're going to be more diligent and just making sure that everybody truly knows our plans, and that is what we're looking at.
So in following up what Senator Betancourt said is, are we missing something? This is, and I want to say to everybody, this is just the bar. You can do more than what we put in statute. Don't do the least.
Right.
Do more.
Right.
Right?
Right. And so my wife and I, we have already been asking ourselves, from the 6th, the 6th we were still trying to figure out what happened. But, after that, we started asking ourselves those questions from a parent point of view of what can we do better? How do we do this? How do we get camp back? better, stronger, and safer. And we kind of narrowed it down, and you guys have hit it with the communications. Communications is key for us. The idea that we can communicate to our counselors without even leaving the cabin or without even leaving the house. So before even we leave, being able to communicate with them was important to us. And so we've been, pursuing that avenue to figure out what kind of communications we can have. We felt we had a great communication system, and it worked for many, many years. And now we found out redundancy is super important. So we had talked about that, of making sure that we've got our systems, on redundancy, to where we will be able to have a backup power source. We'll be able to have a backup, opportunity to, whether it's, through our repeater walkie-talkie systems over the course of the PA systems, but being able to do that. But that communications is really important to us. Like I said, we had one cabin in the floodplain in the 100-year, and it was near the backside, but it was still there. And we'd already made the decision that cabin's going to be retired. It's not going to be there. And so that is, so as far as what you guys are missing, I think you have a great bill that's being proposed. And I think it will help make sure that everybody's on the same page. And, as far as camping goes, and it will help, it'll help, maintain camps and making sure that they're stronger and safer for many years to come.
And I think that what's important, I heard from several parents writing it down, is that they don't want summer camps to go away. They just want them to be safe.
Exactly.
As Lacey said, safe and fun, but safe first. Be prepared. Be prepared. Mr. Chairman, point of clarification. On the answer, the question I'd asked to the emergency management coordinator was how many of the 19 camps had plans with him? And I think it was 6 that only had plans with him.
It was 6 out of 19.
Yes. And so I think, I'm not sure how many, if they should have all had plans, but I think that SB1 makes that correction, because I do believe that the local emergency management coordinator, of which Chief Kidd were efforts we learn after every disaster. We're going to do more training and get better on the local level and the response teams and how that works. But those plans do need to be with the local emergency management coordinator so that they can heed these warnings. And again, flash flood alley and how this can happen. Complacency is just the word that I keep hearing. I've written it down so many times from your testimony. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Shortner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fineski, you mentioned several times, I think, that you did not get any warning regarding the flash flood. And we heard testimony that the flash flood warning is distributed at the National Weather Service through the phone, and your phones were working. So can you tell us why it didn't come on your phone, or did it come on your phone? You had the notifications off for emergency?
No. We've got a rule that you don't turn notifications off during camp. So we know all of the notifications are there. I have lightning apps, and my lightning apps were working fine, just letting me know that lightning strikes were, within, we've got it set for 20 miles radius around us. So my lightning apps were going off, and I knew that and that's one of the reasons why, we were awake, because it kept buzzing for lightning strikes within 20 miles. But no, I have no reason why that we did not receive any.
The flash flood warning that went out at whatever 1:16 or 1:13. You did not receive that on your phone.
I did
no
not.
No other phone. Your wife's phone.
My wife. I know for a fact. My wife and I.
we
neither one of us received that. My other program staff and assistant directors and everyone, all of them said that they did not receive it either.
And y'all are all on the same network? You know?
We're all on the same network.
Which is what?
Well, we're all on the same network on camp. My assistant director's there.
AT&T, Verizon?
We're Verizon. I'm not sure, but we all have different. I mean, there might be a T-Mobile and an AT&T. Not everybody's on Verizon.
Yeah. That can certainly be explored as to what happened regarding notifications. I see Nim Kid shaking his head back there. I know you can kind of trace back what numbers actually receive the actual weather warnings. And so, okay, thank you.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things, Mr. Fineski, you mentioned that were a concern after you, well, first and foremost, thank you for your decisive action, and as the chair has mentioned, and after you told everyone to evacuate to the high point in the camp, I think Maintenance Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so you get everybody to evacuate, you go back and you know where the one where the water is in, you get them into the rafters. Then you go on to say that the whole time that this is happening, your wife's calling people, looking to see who could help and who can bring things. And
At that point, she was calling 911.
911.
And so we started calling people to evacuate after we had everybody safe and accounted for, and we had sent first communications out to parents.
And that was around what time?
I think we sent our first communication out to parents at like 6:58.
Okay, so about 6:50, almost 7 in the morning.
Right.
So around 7 in the morning, you also testified that you were having trouble trying to get people to come bring you anything, food, water, any way to get to you. And obviously with the low water crossing, it's very difficult to do that, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't until later that evening, that I guess it was, you mentioned the Kerrville superintendent, you were able to get in touch with them, and they prepared the buses. And as soon as the water had receded enough, they were able to come in and evacuate all of the campers and the counselors and everyone.
Yes.
Approximately how many people do you think they evacuated?
We evacuated about 400 people
400
that day.
people. So I guess that benefit for all of the children and all your counselors, that came directly as a coordination with the school district.
That's correct.
And so I was just thinking that I'm not sure if we're missing an opportunity, because every one of these camps has a school district in it, near it, and they all have school buses. And then maybe we should do some coordination, and we thank them for what they've done on that. And so thank you for your testimony today and your quick action.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your testimony. Mr. Book, excuse me. You testified that these camps have an emergency plan requirement, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who's in charge of looking through that evacuation plan? It's not enough that you just say we have an evacuation plan, but what's in that plan? I mean, I feel like I should ask this question on behalf of the families of Heaven 27 as a father of littles that same age range. Is stay in your cabin an acceptable evacuation, plan? I mean, the order that was given to Chloe Childress that she followed, potentially, paid for it with her own life. All these beautiful girls that she potentially could have saved. Is that an acceptable plan for an evacuation requirement?
With the current rules, each camp is responsible for developing their own plan. We don't approve the plan, we just verify that it meets the requirements of, addressing the four big things, which is disaster, serious accident, epidemic, or fatality. And then they must post their plan in every building. And that's what our inspectors verify.
So should there be something to that standardization, Chairman?
Yeah, so it's complicated, and I don't want to try to land the plane here in a big sense, but every disaster is different and unique. Every campsite is different and unique. Shelter to higher ground is truly, I believe, the best course of action when you have these. That said, you may find yourself, because of where the river is at, that it's more dangerous opening the door or not. That depends on the stage. Hopefully, at flash flood or flood warning level, which is stage 2, the weather guys tell me on average, if there's going to be an emergency flash flood at the end of that day, it's usually 3 hours out. So you've got 3 hours of window to get it the heck out to higher ground potentially. So the generic, and in this case, it proved to be fatal. But there was things that had we had SB1 in place prior to, those girls wouldn't have been there. So on a judgment basis, I'm not going to try to second guess or, those girls, the counselors, they were following what they were thought to be, but that water raised so quickly that somewhere between probably 30 minutes, it went from ankle to rafter level. So if you had a movement to get out, you probably would have had the same impact. So it's a timing, it's decisive, quick action, it's objective standards. So what I hope we have done with SB1 is established an objective standard that nobody has to question. Mm-hmm. Nobody has to second guess. Nobody has to wonder, should I get out, should I not get out? You go to higher ground. A predetermined, pre-drilled, so on that front, so when dishes ask if you have a plan, they are, and they're provided we shelter in place or whatever that is, that's that camp's response, and it's not dishes expertise nor mission to question the validity of that's the best plan, because they don't live on the camp every day. So I caution not to say that in this instance it was not a good plan, but there was a calamity of other influences that actually bore out the way it did before that issue was needing to be cited. So
Are we absolutely confident that we're leaving that up to each individual camp member to ensure our campsite?
Well, I'm confident in this, based on Mother Nature and the inability to predict exactly when and where and what she's going to do, that if at a second stage warning, that is an average of 3 hours out before a bad event, if there is a bad event. These kids may be playing a lot of cards for 3 or 4 hours routinely in camp experiences going forward, but that's okay because they're in a different safe place. So all I know to do is get kids to higher ground as quick as possible. And if you give an objective standard of second level warning, which means emergency isn't happening, it could happen, it might happen, you've bought time to do the things that we all expect common sense you would do. But I don't have I would caution, number one, that we don't want to give dishes the mandate that they determine what evac plan looks like, that they just make sure there is one. And then I'm going to say this, do I trust camp owners to determine what that is? You have to at some point assume that they've got the best interest in there. But we can't mandate what an evac plan looks like or a shelter in place looks like for every single camp, because everything's different. All I know to do is alleviate some of the concerns by making sure the kids aren't there if they didn't have to be in that place.
Sure.
So that's kind of where it's at.
I guess to Mr. Fineski, the plan that you have in place now, I guess that some of the follow-up questions you were asked, you have all the confidence that your plan, well, now going through something horrific like this, something that you've never seen before, you're confident now you would have and you did a commendable job, saving the folks in your camp. But you're still tweaking that, and you feel other camp owners near and around you can meet that standard?
Yeah, 100%. I do. In camps, and I'll speak mainly for myself, but just, we've had conversations, amongst ourselves. We know everybody, and we deeply care for these kids. There's no question about that. This is one, and I tell our parents that, I'm going to accept we're an all-boys camp. I'm going to accept your son with the idea, and I'm going to treat them as if they're my own flesh and blood. Mm-hmm. And camp owners, camp directors, they mean that. They live by that. They worry about, I and my wife, we worry about these kids throughout the year. We check in on them. We get updates about successes and failures and life happenings throughout the year, and we give them phone calls. We give them letters. We're concerned about them. And that doesn't change when they're in our personal care. So the idea that, yes, with the guidance of SB 1, I have the utmost confidence that camp directors will step up and will make those right decisions. Because again, a lot of us are already asking those questions. Even some of the camps that weren't directly impacted by the flood, they're still asking those questions of, okay, well, what if it had turned and what if it came down the North Fork instead of the South Fork? And so they're asking those questions as well. They might not have received the damage. They might not have, they're not dealing with all the stuff that the South Fork camps are, but they know that what if. And their care, they're, just along with us, it's there, and they're going to do what's right for these kids. And they're going to do everything that they can think of that's going to be right for these kids. And now, again, with the guidance that's being laid out, it's giving just that much more of saying, just like Senator Perry said, get them to high ground, and using that just as a base, that gives a good foundation to make sure that that the rest of the plan falls into place and making sure that these kids are safe.
Well, your commitment, your decisive action really showed your care for the children. God bless you for that. Mr. Daly,
Dally, yes.
is there anything you can do as an association with campground owners to kind of, grab best practices among campground folks with their evacuation plans and kind of share that with each other?
Yes, we meet regularly, and we have our what we call our members only page, which has a list of emergency things. It lists different evacuation plans of what to do if you have a shooter, a tornado, a fire, or a hurricane. There's a lot that we have out there as a resource, and of course now we've added more flood stuff in that because a lot of our parks are rising water rather than rushing water, but there are some in rushing water. And it's just, we talk about it a lot now in meetings and that. And so we are spreading the word. It will go out when we get some plans finalized. Our lawyers look at them to make sure that you got to tweak it so it's just perfectly right. But we are working on that. And I will say one thing too, is warnings are important. But where I live, I get a blanket warning of 15 counties for flash flood, which that doesn't help me if it's 15 counties. I actually went back and looked at my park on the floodplain, and I'm above the 100-year floodplain, but all the roads leading to my park are underwater on the 100-year floodplain. So that made me think, I got to tell my people, you've got to leave at this time if you want to get out, or we're going to be just one happy family in a little island on the lake.
Thank you.
Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. In the military, we would say that our standard operating procedures were written in blood because there was loss of life or injury. So, just to follow up on Senator Hinojosa's question, and I understand that there's no one-size-fits-all because there's just so many different places, but I guess my question is for Mr. Book from Dishes. What does a state agency base its emergency plan on? Is there a gold standard or some kind of basic place you start from as an agency to say these are the minimum requirements?
Yes, sir. For youth camps specifically, we have Texas Administrative Code, our rule. It's can't see it, 265-15K, I believe. And it pretty well lays out what we expect of camp emergency plans. But again, right now it's the camp's responsibility to produce their own plan. And And we just verify that it meets those 4 things, that it addresses disaster, serious accident, epidemic, or fatality.
Okay. And I guess to those that are in the camps, is that sufficient for you all? Do you all feel comfortable that you have enough guidance or standards to apply to your camps?
And speaking for the campgrounds, which is a little different than camps, but we kind of get blended together a little bit. In the bill that is filed, it brings in NFPA 1194, which requires every campground to file a written plan with their emergency coordinator. Now, that plan could cover multiple, depending on where the campground is, but would be the hope that the emergency coordinator would say, no, you need to improve this a little bit, or you need to improve this. And it's kind of like a constantly always evolving plan. Like, I knew I was safe from flooding just because of the elevation and the dam and the lake. I didn't really think about the roads flooding until I looked at it, and then I was like, oh, wow, there's no way out once the roads flood. Will that happen? I think the dam will probably break before that happens, but it just made me aware of, hey, I need to really look at a little bit more. So I've kind of tweaked my plan for my park.
Thank you. And just a follow-up question to Mr. Book. So these emergency coordinators, what are the training requirements that they have to go through?
Well, we don't have emergency coordinators. We have registered sanitarians that verify that the camps meet 86 different inspection criteria. The emergency, the requirement for an emergency plan is just that they have a written plan in place, and we trust that the camps know their camps the best, that they know what it's going to take. Now, one thing that I failed to mention a minute ago after reviewing my notes, those plans are required to include procedures for emergency shelter and for evacuation. So our inspectors are reviewing it to that level to make sure that it hits those points.
And your inspectors receive their training from where?
Well, they're registered sanitarians. They have to have a bachelor's in science, so many hours of science, and then they have to go through a certification process. But the certification process is like pointed towards sanitation, right? Public health, like clean water and disposal of waste, and we do full retail kitchen inspections when we're at each camp.
So that certification from those inspectors is not necessarily emergency response or these type of situations. It's more sanitary and public health?
Yes, sir. And honestly, when reviewing SB1, one of the things that we've requested is some actual certified emergency management coordinators for our team. If the expectation is that DSHS starts to approve emergency plans, we're all for it. We're here to help with the situation. Obviously, this is way beyond what we would have ever wanted to happen, right? Because we're here to protect life and prevent people from getting ill, injured, or death. And obviously, this is not what we want to happen. So if the idea is that DSHS needs to start approving emergency plans, then we'll need some emergency management coordinators on our team to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Senator Perry.
No, I'm good.
Senator Bedcourt.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. You brought up a very good point. About you made the right choices. First off, you kept the phone on, okay? And then you tell your people not to disable the alerts because 29.5% of Texans know how to disable these alerts. That's 6 times more than what happens in Vermont, for example. Now, to Senator Swartner's question, you do have some fundamental bandwidth issues, even with these current networks that we're using, that could explain why you effectively browned out, okay, in your area, because there's a system overload. The signal carrier has gone down in your area for some reason. Maybe it was a function of the storm. That's why it's so important to have redundancy on top of those networks. That's why we're thinking Starlink or some other possible parallel path communication so you would get that alert. And we're trying to put the same technology into the flood warning system as well, because you can't just rely on just this network anymore. That's, the old school sirens are designed to get people's attention if all else fails, try to get them out of the way. Mr. Chairman, if we could, if we could, I know we have Nim in the back, and
We're going to call him up.
you're going to call him up? Okay, fine. Thank you. Okay, so, that's,
Are you done?
all right, done.
So, Mr. Robertson, you have a statement you wish to?
Yes, sir, if I may.
Yes, please proceed.
Chairman Perry, members, my name is John Robertson. I'm here today on behalf of Camp Longhorn. And as I mentioned to Senator Flores, we would like to change our registration from on to support of SB 1. First, let me say that our hearts are broken and hard to do this after this morning by the tragic losses suffered during the July 4th floods, particularly the families that lost their children. There are no words that can ease the pain, but it's in their honor that we commit ourselves to working together to ensure every child who attends camp in Texas is safe. Camp Longhorn was founded by Texan Pat Robertson in 1939 on the shores of Inks Lake. Today it serves more than 5,000 campers each summer. We appreciate Senator Perry addressing the differences between camps that sit on lakes and those that are located on rivers. Camps across Texas are as diverse as our geography. A measure may be appropriate for the Guadalupe River does not necessarily translate effectively to a body of water such as Inks Lake. I believe that's what SB 1 is a giant step forward, keeping kids safe. And we're committed to work together to craft policies that both honor the memory of those lost and ensure the safety of every child who attends camp in Texas. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Senator Schwartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Robertson, I know your area fairly well. It's right below Buchanan Dam, and LCRA releases water there occasionally, and of course the structural integrity of the dam is. But can you kind of illustrate about how much communication you have with LCRA and when they release water? I know they alert downstream, but also what is your involvement there? How close are you? Do you monitor?
Yeah, we stay. Pardon me. Excuse me. Let me finish. We monitor the LCRA. They alert us in several different ways. They use text. They use emails. They do phone calls, and we have all of our senior staff members at camp, plus our office staff, monitor those and are aware should one phone be out of service, then there's backup so that the others receive that. LCRA over the years has become extremely effective at predicting the amount of water that they're going to have coming into Buchanan, and therefore the amount of water that they're going to have to release through the floodgates.
Has your camp ever flooded?
Oh, yes, sir.
From a release?
Yes, sir.
From a release, yeah.
Yeah, we've experienced this many times over the years. It's pretty much,
it's flat.
I hate to say a part of camp, but we know almost to the inch how much water, how much rise there'll be on Inks Lake as each gate on Buchanan is opened. And then they alert us not only that they're going to have gate operations, but then they'll alert us as they open additional floodgates, and they alert us as they're going to begin to close those floodgates. So we can react with our plan based on that information from the LCRA.
All right. Thanks for the information.
Yes, sir.
Senator Kokhorst.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. My family is a Camp Longhorn family.
Yes, ma'am.
The Cook family and Winkleman family. All
Yes,
those
ma'am.
years. I'm the only Winkleman sibling that didn't go to camp. I wasn't going to leave home. I'm just a country girl from Brenham, and I never wanted to leave.
There's nothing wrong with that, ma'am.
I know, but I'm given a hard time by my siblings for sure. I want to ask you what you did the weekend of July 4th and 5th.
We actually had a pretty good rain event at the same time that all this was occurring around the state. It had very little effect on Inks Lake, just a few inches or so, a fair amount of debris that came from little areas around the lake. the biggest effect we had was that was our Visitors' Day, that weekend of July 4th. So we had to do a drive-through Visitors' Day as everything was so soggy that we couldn't park cars. Other than that, camp went along as it would normally do so.
When Buchanan did finally open, they did, what were your, what are your procedures?
Okay, thank you. But by the time the water reached the height of Buchanan Dam, it was, I believe, the 7th. As soon as we received notice from the LCRA that they were going to begin gate operations with one gate and subsequently up to 4, we have several cabins that are low-lying, fairly close to the water. We moved all of the campers from those cabins. We moved them up into permanent structures up on high ground, and that gave us time for them to pack overnight bags and move up to that area. Other than that, we restricted, of course, all lake activities because of the high water. And other than that, we proceeded pretty much camp as normal.
Pat was whom to you? Your dad?
Tex and Pat, my mom and dad.
Yeah. That's right, Tex. So y'all have had this camp for how long?
The first year was 1939. I personally have been involved as a camper and a counselor for 75 plus years. A couple of years overseas with the Marine Corps, but other than that, I was there the whole time.
So, Mr. Robertson, you were here for this morning's testimony. And,
yes, ma'am.
As a family camp operator since 1939, what have you learned from what happened at Mystic, which is one of y'all's sister camps across the way, but a girls' camp that, you've known forever?
First off, I repeat my earlier statement that words can't express what it feels like. Being a dad and a granddad, I can't imagine, but I certainly understand. Every time an event, whether it's serious as this one or minor, which occur at camps over the years, we look at everything we do in the light of that event and say, what can we do better? What if that were to happen here? What might we think about before that happens at Camp Longhorn? So this doesn't happen just while camp's going on or when they open the gates on Buchanan. It happens, as Scott said, it happens year-round. We think we love and we live camp day in, day out, all of our lives.
So our heightened standards here and the tragedy of the July 4th floods, do you think as a camp, the 1,000 plus, but the 350 plus that you oversee, do you think everyone understands the serious nature of complacency? It's the word used by the parents. And be prepared.
I don't think anybody who has any understanding of what we heard this morning can doubt that the danger of complacency is more than we can live with.
Well, Mr. Robertson, Tex and Pat and all of your family has been revered by my family. And as these parents said when they dropped them off, and you've had my great nieces and nephews there this summer, it is expected that they will be safe. I beg you to take that message to the other camp operators, because you are respected, because you have been in this business since 1939. Make them sit up in their seats and say, this is a minimum that you should do, SB1.
I think
Be better.
the provisions that that this committee, that this has put into SB 1, all of those are things that we've thought about. However, to put them in a legislative format means not only do we think about them, but we got to do them. So, yes, for that, a couple of things. We have a little organization here in Texas called Camp Association of Mutual Progress. We get together once a year and we share war stories, and we have guest speakers. We would love to have involvement from anyone on this panel or anyone in the state. The health department always comes and visits with us at this get-together. We would love to have the involvement of anyone else that could help us understand better how to protect these kids while we have them in our care.
Well, you have some fathers sitting right behind you that I think have incredible stories to tell.
Understand.
Senator Schwartner.
Thank you. Mr. Robertson, how many campers do you have usually?
Well, at the two camps that comprise the Inks Lake location, Inks Lake and C3, at any given time, roughly 750.
Yeah, it's a huge camp, right? Did y'all, the night of the tragedy, July 4th, did you receive, were you out there? Were you out there?
I was not there at that time.
Did they receive National Weather Service alerts on their phone?
We received just typical. We don't really get, we had flash flood warnings for Burnett County and Travis County. We're just across the lake in Llano County.
Yeah.
And yes, they were, we heard those alerts.
On the phone?
Yes.
Right. And what's the elevation of Camp Longhorn from water level to maximum height?
From the water level to the highest point of Camp Longhorn would be Church Mountain, which would be 890 is the lake level, and about another 900 to 1,000 feet.
Oh, so it's quite high. I didn't realize you had that much elevation. My niece was actually at your camp during that time. My sister and brother-in-law went and got her the next day, actually. No offense to you.
That was fourth term.
Yeah, there was probably a lot of those families that were excited to come get their kids that day. But on your association or group that meets, certainly emergency management coordinators would be a good group to
absolutely
and give discussion and input from an expertise standpoint. Thank you.
Senator Menendez.
Very quick question, Mr. Fineski. You testified that your security guard didn't get a warning, wasn't aware, didn't alert anybody, correct?
Correct.
Your security guard overnight, are they stationed indoors or outdoors?
They're stationed outdoors.
Outdoors.
So they roam the grounds. Most of the time, they are concerned with outsiders coming in.
Sure.
And that's what they're roaming the gates and things like that. And so that's why, when there are, any warnings or anything like that we discuss that with them at that point.
Real quick, so moving forward, when the sirens get installed, if your security guard hears, it doesn't matter if someone doesn't get something on their phone, because then the security guard can come knock on your door and awaken you and say the sirens are going off. And
exactly. And we've got communications through cell phones, and they have a walkie-talkie that I sleep with right next to my bed, and so they can communicate that way as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Perry.
Two things real quick, and I think we're highlighting some common sense stuff, but I want to go on and I noticed there's been a talk that sirens should be integrated with weather warning systems, et cetera. I would beg to differ. These are going to be so proprietary to a region and to a camp that it's incumbent upon the camp owners to probably could be integrated, but to what we've already heard, sometimes the electronics aren't working, or I get a 15 county flash flood warning which has no relevance to me. So at a minimum, an override, but it will be the camp operations that will sound the alarm, the PA, or whatever system. Secondly, is it uniform that every camp has security for all of the other disasters, bad people trying to get on? Is that something you took on yourself? Because that was a question that came up with multiple conversations I've had. my night watchman. And obviously what we're looking for there is people coming in to camp unauthorized access. Is that something that's universal, or is that something each camp decides on its own?
As far as I know, there is no rule for a universal requirement, but there are a lot of camps that do that.
Let me
just
ask it this
because-
way. The geography of these are camps with young kids, girls a lot of times being on camps. And I understand security. I think y'all have a gated kind of
We have a
entrance.
gated- we have a
But
gated
to be truthful, it's not a fence that's hard to scale. Maybe
Right.
not.
I mean,
So
I get it.
I guess my point is cameras with some person there watching activity off of cameras is probably not a bad idea. I know that people don't like that. But in the world we live in, I think that's just another one level of problems that we need to at least try to address. So I didn't know if it was required or not. I know you said you had a watchman.
It's not required. We do, our security, they roam. They're not stationed in one location. We do have cameras at the gates, and so,
Do you have cameras along the fence or cameras around the cabin areas?
we do not have any cameras inside of the actual campgrounds because we don't have that. But we do have it along the perimeter, at the gates, at the fence line.
I think in a meeting with you and some folks that it was mentioned that cameras are pretty cheap and night cameras are really cheap.
Yep.
And for like $15 a month, you can have a monitored system. So something that we may think about between now and Thursday for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any more questions? Thank you all very much for your testimony. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to,
So she didn't actually do their PowerPoint. He kind of talked to us. We don't know. Mr. Buick, we didn't ask you to do your PowerPoint presentation. I think consensus is we're good.
We're good.
If you're good.
Of course.
All right, you
Good.
actually, in these kind of formats, we kind of like to just go straight to the issue and not give it the fluff of just preparation for sake of preparation. But if you had something important in your PowerPoint you wanted to let us know, we're more than willing to have that.
I appreciate that, Chairman Perry. I think we covered.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you for that. Thank you all for being here. At this time, I'd like to call up as a resource witness Chief Nim Kidd.
I got a question.
Certainly had a
I
question.
just want to do the alerts again. I wanna hear.
Chief, how are you?
Good, sir. Thank you.
You know the drill, your name and who you represent?
Yes, sir. Nim Kidd, Chief of the Texas Division of Emergency Management.
Senator Schwartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Kidd, tell us again about National Weather Service alerts and how many phones don't get alerts percentage-wise? And do we have any data relative to, did they get them in the Hill Country the night of July 3rd/4th?
So, thank you, Senator. So, we'll talk a little bit about the way the National Weather Service NOAA weather radios work. They're a VHF-based radio. There's about 7 different channels that broadcast from the National Weather Service offices. You may remember we have 13 National Weather Service offices in the state of Texas, in addition to 3 river forecast centers and the Southern Region home up in the Metroplex. Each meteorologist in charge and warning meteorologist from the National Weather Service local office has the capability to activate the National Weather Service NOAA weather radios. There is a system that patches that alert together to cell phone providers. And I think that's where we may have lost or have some confusion about if I can turn the alert off on my phone. Right. To your point earlier, valid point, different carriers, different cell strength, tower strength in different locations. So if you're on one carrier and I'm on another, that alert could go out, it could be broadcast. Your phone could get it, my phone could not. And so my hope is that we look at the actual NOAA weather radios. They're $35 at about every grocery store and Home Depot and Lowe's and everything else that you can find. They automatically tune to the most powerful channel in that area. They're plugged into power and they have a battery backup. But that can't be the only tool that we use. It just needs to be one of the tools that we use. I personally have very little faith in the phone's ability to know when it is in service and out of service. Nothing on the phone is going to tell you or me that my phone is not capable of getting that alert right now. I think many of us have had times when the cell works and the text doesn't, or the text works and the cellular side doesn't. So my hope is that the 2 points of contact is a good thing at a minimum of 2. I don't think it'll be a one-size-fits-all approach for every camp across the state, because some will have fiber, some will have access to VHF radio, some will be so far down in canyons that VHF radio won't work, and we will need to get to the point where a responsible adult is inspecting those and verifying 2 points of contact.
That system that you just mentioned has a battery backup and tunes automatically. What is that called again?
The NOAA weather radios.
Is that in the bill as far as mandating that each camp have one? Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have for you.
Thank you, sir.
Sarah Bedcourt.
Two questions, just to follow up on that. The bill pattern does have a NOAA weather radio in it. When we look at, because of all the things you said, the real problem is you're not sure if you're in service or not. And if you're, and that at that point in time, and that happens regularly, and you could have different providers that it could be trying to serve the same area, one's in, one's out, true?
Yes, sir.
Right, and you've read the same IPAWS study that we have about Texans. They're quite capable, 29.5% of them are capable of turning those alerts off. And that's probably due to the geography of the state, because just as one of the camp owners said, he's getting 15 county emergencies, and these are much more localized problems, true?
Yes, sir.
Now, we mentioned earlier, I think it was Dishes was looking for additional people because they need some emergency management coordinators. Now, do you all have any operability of working department to department?
We would be honored to support the department, sir.
Okay. And just one other point. I think when we look at this integrated gauge flood warning system, to have any effect, I think we're going to probably, and I'm going to use the Upper Guadalupe River Authority as an example, where if we had a gauge that was upstream 7 miles up, and it saw that meteoric rise that Senator Perry was talking about earlier, I'm going from memory, 26 feet in 45 minutes, we would have to probably signal that alarm automatically to have enough of those 24 minutes to be usable by the human beings down the road. Am I missing something?
No, Senator, I don't think you're missing something. I think we should never trust a completely automated system. There always has to be a responsible adult paying attention.
Right, and there has to be an override on it, but
yes, sir.
I think that we'd have to go with an automatic system if we were using that gauge 24 miles up. And if we have a false positive, I'd rather have a false positive than not, because we can should be able to turn that off either automatically or if we had to, disable it. Because if we're looking at 24 minutes, by the time, in the county that we were in, there'd be no way there'd be an intervention with those authorities to be able to say, I've got a positive signal, should I, hit the siren? If we're looking at that type of meteoric rise, we have to automatically hit that siren. Because we only had 24 minutes before that wall of water consumed everyone downstream.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the chief? Thank you, Chief.
For being here. I know you've been standing up, but I guess that was your choice.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Out of honor and respect, and it's been mentioned many times, and Governor Abbott has been very, very clear, crystal clear with me. We are not stopping the search for SEAL.
Thank you.
Do that one more time.
Say that again.
Governor Abbott has been crystal clear with me. We are not stopping the search for SEAL Stewart.
That gives me confidence.
We are not.
That we're going to do everything we can.
Senator, we have used every human and animal technology that we are aware of and researching more every day.
I know if it can happen, it will happen with people like you doing it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Chief. With that, members, that concludes our invited testimony. And public testimony is now open for Senate Bill 1. As your name is called, please come forward. So the chair So your testimony will be 2 minutes. And when you come up and say your name, who you represent, your position on the bill, the chair calls Candace Watkins, Steve Baskin, Paul Biles, and Ed Walker. Candace Watkins, Steve Baskin, Paul Biles, and Ed Walker. So we begin, am I right, please? And then you state your name, who you represent. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you
First
for
of all,
being here.
thank you all. Chairman Perry and committee, thank you for all the work you've done on this and also the hours of empathy and commitment you've shown on all this. My name is Steve Baskin. I'm owner emeritus at Camp Champions. I'm also the current chair of the American Camp Association. And we're here, I wanted to say, we have full-throated support for SB 1. And I just know that when my wife and I became camp professionals, we realized not only we have a chance to impact kids, but we had a brutal burden to look after them. It's one that I wear, but my wife wears so much that there are times she wonders why we do this. I want to thank all the people who testified. They have refocused and remotivated my desire to do everything. You don't know you're complacent, right? Almost by definition. I would like to think we're not. I've been called hard, but we're going to do everything we can. And also, I want to commit at the national level. I want the American Camp Association is going to learn from this and bring lessons that beyond the state of Texas to camps around the nation. Thank you.
So, Mr. Baskin, for the record, you're shown as on. You're saying you want to change that to 4?
100% 4. Thank you.
So noted. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Perry.
Put the mic. Could you put the mic towards you? There you go.
Good afternoon, Chairman Perry and members of the committee. Thank you for the chance to speak. My name is James Ginther. I worked 41 years for the Lower Colorado River Authority, including 35 managing lakes and dams in the Highland Lakes. In my years with the LCRA, we always understood that safety is the top priority. It was something instilled in us from the old management when I first started, and in my later years, it was something we instilled in the employees that were taking our place. As such, I support Senate Bill 1. I may have put on in my registration, not quite knowing how all this works, but I certainly support Senate Bill 1. After hearing this testimony, I want to thank these parents for their strength, bravery, and commitment. The amended bill effectively addresses the difference between rivers and lakes. It also provides powerful practices that will help protect children. I came today because waterfront safety has been important to me, my family, and my career. I offer myself as a resource if the committee has any questions about rivers or lakes. Thank you.
So you wish to change for the record your registers on to for the bill?
For the bill, yes, sir.
Thank you, so noted. Please proceed.
Hi there, my name is Paul Biles. I'm the Executive Director at Teos Camp and Retreat there in District 18, so just down the road from you. And I first want to say when I signed up, it was on, but based off of Senator Perry's comments earlier this morning about some changes y'all have made even since the last, it would be for it. My concern was, again, back to those camps on the lakes and so forth, but also some wording in regards to providing lists of campers and staff and volunteers on site at the beginning of every session, and just whether that information would be kept private to the emergency management office, or is that going to be public information? And as you know, that people don't like sharing where they are and so forth, and so if we have a camper and a need of a separated family or some situations like that, or foster kids and so forth, that would be a dangerous situation that you'd be putting them in, saying that they're at our camp right now. And so I just want to make sure that y'all cover that basis as well. I've got 5 kids myself, and I send them to camp every year. I love it. I get to know the camp. They get to know the counselors. They remember them. But camp is important for kids. They need to get out into nature. They need to see God's creation. and we need to make sure they're safe. This morning before heading out, it was still dark out. I took my two littlest ones outside because right now several planets are aligning with the moon, and you can see them all at the same time. My little son said, "Man, this is the best day ever." And those are the type of moments you see and you hear about at camps. And so it's important to keep them safe. And so I just really appreciate the work y'all are doing and continue, pushing forward and finding a solution that's going to work for all.
Senator Perry?
Yeah, I just want to make it clear, there's no requirement to list the campers, any of that. It's just develop a plan that you can find those campers.
Gotcha.
And identify them and account for them
that's
as quick
great.
as possible. So
I know the language has been changing quite often in the last 3 weeks. So
I hope that was never in there. I don't remember it being there, but it wasn't in our bill.
Gotcha.
At the same time, it is legalese, and so I can appreciate from a layman's eyes, sometimes it reads different.
Exactly.
Thank you for that point.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Good morning, afternoon. My name is Dr. Ed Walker. I'm the Executive Director of Mount Lebanon Baptist Encampment in Cedar Hill, Texas, and also President of the Christian Camp and Conference Association for Texas section. And my wife and I have owned a camp. I was saved at camp when I was a kid, grew up at camp, and so this is also taught camp management at Dallas Baptist University. So I've networked with camps across our state and the country and around the world even. So believe in the power of camp, and I'm really grateful for what I've heard among Senator Perry and others on the committee. I was too concerned about some just small aspects of the bill. I initially also put on, and not realizing exactly what that meant, but it can certainly be in favor of Senate Bill 1. Again, another thing I enjoyed hearing is that our concerns I have sometimes with legislation with the best intent, it can really do damage. Some of that because of inspectors who may not understand camp or who may mostly be in food service and are then expected to understand why camps operate, and I want to make sure the bill would focus on that. Also, there have been waivers in the past. For example, about 20 years ago, the legislature passed child protection training that we go through to make sure children are safe when they come to camps. And every adult volunteer from churches goes through that. They pass tests. They give us that information. And yet the next year after that was implemented, colleges were exempt from that. And so you can send your 10-year-old to a college campus. They can stay in a dorm room. Those food service personnel are not child protection trained, and those waivers were granted, but through lobbying, I guess, or phone numbers that were, or donations. But colleges are able to do camps. We're not worried about them on floods, but we are in a lot of cases on other things. So those were my concerns when a bill like this, really with very short notice. We're the largest church camp, so we'll have 12,000 campers, 1,200 a week.
Thank you.
And so appreciate what y'all are doing.
Thank you for your testimony, Senator Perry.
Thank you for highlighting that other area that's outside the scope of SB1. But, I understand waivers and needs, and sometimes there's a practical application, but when the application is we just don't want to. And so maybe we'll revisit that in the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it to our attention. Senator Kokhorst.
Yeah, that was SB 253 in 2003.
Mm-hmm. Right.
We'll make that.
Members, any other questions? Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Just three. Chair calls Joe Alarcon, Kenneth Flippin, and Cyrus Reed. He changed to 4. Is Candace Watkins still present? Candace. We'll begin on my right. You state your name, who you represent, position on the bill, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Joe Alarcon. I am the CEO of Cedar Canyon Camps from Happy, Texas. Thank you for having me. Real quick, I am here to voice a strong support of Senate Bill 1, the Camp Reform Bill, to urge you to strengthen it with one critical missing element, emergency notification and communication. You asked a really great question earlier as to what are we missing. At the end of the day, it's really, really simple. It's going to be clear direction, notification, and implementation. Those are the three things that have been missing, and we're working towards that. My biggest concern is that when it comes to notification, at the end of the day, where I am at, I too, like many, am not getting proper communication and good information in order for me to make a good decision. The nearest weather station is miles away, and whenever those warnings do go off, they are inaccurate. Since the Mystic Camp incident, and my heart grieves for those families, because I know what it's like to have a camp failure. My son was a victim at Kanakuk, and as a result, I have lost a son as well. So I know what it's like to have a camp failure. And so this testimony is personal to me, and my ultimate goal is to keep campers safe. But we have to, in this bill, we have to be putting measures in here that focus on tie in, and also put some mandates that require the emergency management system, whatever it looks like, to make sure that we get good communication. I'm begging for help. As a result, I'm working with an organization called The Range to be looking for different and innovative ways to using technology, and I would love to leave you with some documentation that talks about some of these initiatives that put out weather sensors out there that are trying to integrate communication in rural areas like most camps are. So we need help, and that is why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Candace Watkins. Mr. Chair, thank you, and committee, thank you so much. I could just feel the love, and it's greatly appreciated. I'm one of the mothers, Callie, the McCown family's family friend, and so I'm here as Callie's friend and someone who was blessed to have her daughter, Lenny, as my daughter's best friend and as my bonus daughter. In our home, Lenny wasn't just Blakely's best friend. She was our family. She was our giggle buddy, our joy. Losing her has left a hole in our hearts that will never be filled. Lenny left a lasting mark on my daughter Blakely's life. Every day I see how much she misses her. She asks me like the hardest questions at night before bed. And then, yes, actually this morning, she mentioned that yesterday, her first day of school, at lunchtime, she waited by the door for Lenny to come out to give her a hug, and she wasn't there. The last day they spent together, they were being so silly. They were pretending they were little chefs and just giggling and asking what my order was. And I took pictures and sent them to Callie saying, I'm saving these for their high school graduation slideshow. I never imagined they wouldn't make it to high school together. For me, I carry the heartbreak of losing Lenny, who I loved like my own. And for Callie, Michael, Bates, and George, and the whole entire family, it is the unbearable pain and heartbreak of living without her. Blakely also lost 2 other friends that day, a reminder that so many families are grieving the same tragedy. The ripple effect of this loss reaches far and wide. It has changed lives forever. This wasn't just a flood. Floods are inevitable, but the tragic loss of life is a sad reminder of how deeply unprepared we can be. My hope is that these girls' memory moves all of us to act, so no other family has to carry this kind of loss. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Kenneth Flippin with the Texas chapter of the U.S. Green Building Council. We strongly support this bill, and we thank you for it, Senator Perry. I also want to say that as a young person, I went to a Christian youth camp, and it definitely is the reason, or one of the key reasons why I was a circuit preacher at the age of 16, because of the influences at that camp. I want to also thank the families. Advocating for building codes is really boring most of the time, but they do save lives. Codes save complacency, and this bill does that. The key provisions that we support is the prohibition on buildings in the floodplains at youth camps. That's so important. And also the FEMA exemption part. We offered some suggestions. I think your approach is even better to say, it doesn't matter if you got the FEMA exemptions, we're going to apply this. We do have a couple suggestions. One thing is that specific language says that they may not. We think it should say shall, just because may leaves a little bit more as far as prohibiting the license. The other thing that I want to say, and I shared this with y'all, is that there's 600 to 700 camps that aren't for children. And we want to point out that the things that Cyrus and I are going to suggest is that in those camps, there should be a prohibition in building in the floodways. And if you're building in the floodplains, you should have to build according to code, which is 1 foot above the flood line, okay? And the floodplain, the reason I want to explain this is the difference between, as you can see, this is the channel. Outside of that is the floodway, and then further on is what is called the floodplain or the floodway fringe. And if we build in the floodway, you're basically building in the place where the flood is definitely going to come. And we shouldn't have buildings in there at all, even if they're not youth camps. And for those reasons, we wanted to do that. Encourage y'all to support those. If y'all have any questions, but thank y'all for this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Yes, sir.
Thank you. For the record, Cyrus Reed here on behalf of the Lone Star chapter of the Sierra Club, very much in support of SB1, and it sounds like the committee substitute. First, a little personal privilege. I want to thank the families for coming. As the father of 3 children, many of who are involved in, all were involved in Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, went to lots of camps. You did lobby. You came here, you had the governor put this on the special call for the second session, and you have a much better bill because of what you told these folks in front of you. So I thank you, but I also thank them, and my heart goes out to them. And I hope that God gives them peace. Sierra Club, as you know, is an organization that wants to get people outside, so camps are important to us. We support the bill. In the written testimony, I don't have a lot of time. There are some suggestions along those lines on floodways and floodplains. There may be, and it sounds like your committee sub is dealing a little bit with this, but there may be areas where it's okay to build in the floodplain if you put in some protections on the type of construction you do. And there are modern codes. The American Society of Civil Engineering has both a 2414 and now a 2424 suggestions for how to build in floodplains, looking at minimum finished first floor elevation of all new developments, looking at allowances, looking at some of the flood protection aspects and flood resistance materials are all things that we could consider. If it's not perhaps in this bill, it could be something we'll look at the future, really not only for campgrounds and camps, but really for all buildings. We as a state, and I've mentioned this before, at least in the counties, we have a minimum codes that's based on 2006. Obviously, many counties have now gone beyond that, but establishing some minimum standards, maybe having Water Development Board look at guidelines for within the floodplains are things we should look at in the future. And there's some more issues in my testimony, but I'm happy to work with this committee, and I appreciate this.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no one else registered for public testimony. Is there anyone wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1 or its committee substitute? Hearing none, public testimony is closed. Members, it's time to vote. If you all are ready, Senator Perry moves adoption of the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1. Is there objection? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Senator Perry moves that committee substitute for Senate Bill 1 do not pass, but that Senate Bill 1 do not pass, but that the committee substitute adopted in lieu thereof do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Perry.
Aye.
Flores.
Aye.
Betancourt.
Aye.
Blanco.
Aye.
Campbell. Hinojosa.
Aye.
Colkhorst.
Aye.
Menendez.
Aye.
Schwartner.
Aye.
8 ayes. Motion passes.
8 ayes, 0 nays. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1 passed. Will be favorably referred to the full Senate.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for leading the charge here on the
administration of the bill today. It'll be on the floor tomorrow. You're going to be first up, but we're not starting till 7 for things outside our control. Just kind of FYI, there's some time differences on when bills can be heard, and the bill we got to hear outside of this one can't be heard till 7, so we can't have it earlier, so we would have. That said, I usually open with a prayer on these kind of deals, but we've prayed together as a group. But here's my prayer for you today, if I were to give one. And I know public prayer is a little awkward for some people. I run to it. But I pray for reconciliation of your hearts and the anger that's human nature. There's just, there's such an anger, but the guilt that comes with, I coulda, shoulda, woulda. This is what we live with on this side of a perfection. And also know that your daughters are in a place that we can only begin to imagine how great it is. And they have done so much by where they're sitting today, and I've heard it 100 times through your testimony. We've all grown for that witness and that testimony that their energy through you has given us. But a reconciliation is due, and it'll come in different ways sooner than later for most folks. But it's natural to go through grief in that process. So don't run from it, run to it. And when I got nothing left, and it shouldn't be this way, I always turn to the guy that created me, because he promises a better day. So with that in mind, I hope you can leave with comfort and confidence that your goal of doing something that's permanently going to help people going forward has been met, has been achieved. Well done. But also on a personal level, there's not any words that I'm going to tell you or say that's going to fill that heart and that void. But just know that we do, and we will, and we continue to pray for each and every one of you. And still, we heard it from the lead guy today. We're not going to stop until we just can't. I mean, there's just absolutely nothing between us and trying to find that child today. So thank you again for your courage, your consistency, your witness, and your testimony, because that has broadened mine beyond y'all's comprehension. So thank you for what you've done this past few weeks. Thank you for being here. With that, the Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness stands recessed, subject to the call of the chair.